fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off. We'll do both. I'll use my tongue. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was, no, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I, son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the prop.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his ball water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. How did I manage that, huh? How did I manage to fucking mute my own audio? What up, Broltech? I suppose you're the first viewer of On Kick. Now, I don't know how you managed to find this shit show of a channel, but congratulations. Holy fuck. I have been through so many audio issues and technical issues today. Today is the first time we're streaming on Kick as well. It's taken me the whole fucking day to get it working. And I want you to all know that all that money that ADAX gave me, I fucking went and spent it on an extension to try and get notifications working on Kick. And I couldn't get it working. So I'm sorry for anyone who is actually watching from Kick. Notifications aren't working today. I'm still playing around with it. I use here to give you some perspective of what a fucking nightmare adding one more thing to the stream chain has become. If you take a look at what I'm regularly dealing with, right? You'll notice now I have to open a second panel over on Kick here. I have to monitor the activity feed. I have to monitor Twitch's activity feed over here. Then, because YouTube's nice and actually works most of the time, I got that open on a separate tab over there. I use Sammy over here to monitor all information, right? I've had to disable my decks, so I'm only working with one deck today, which is devastating. I can't believe I can't whip my deck out entirely. So I still have to play around with that to get the fucking kick notifications and like animations working and shit, especially after ADAX broke them again. Motherfucker. It's been such a fucking problem. Jesus Christ. And now, oh my God. And now Sniper Tigers fucks me over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just broke my animations again, you piece of shit. But you know what? Thank you, Sniper Tigers. I appreciate the gifted subs because I know exactly how to use them. I know exactly how to use them. I'm gonna buy you pieces of shit a working Tangier. So, if anyone wants to know why we're gonna have working Tangier by next stream, it's gonna be Sniper Tigris and ADAX's fault. So say thank you to them. Give them a little, you know, tickle under the ball sack. Show up at their house. Stalk them. I found out something glorious today as well. So I had the most stressful call of my life because I contacted a CPA today. I contacted an accountant. And thank God, I found one that's under the age of 27. I found a guy who's like, I was phoning different accounting firms and I was asking like the weirdest fucking questions the whole day. I'd like phone up some like professional company and I'd get like someone on the phone and they'd be like, yeah, hello, what do you want? I'm like, I need you to put me through to an accounting consultant, but I need them to be under the age of 30. I need them to understand my situation. And half the time the receptionist responded like she thought I was gonna find, like I was looking for young accountants to like find and rape. They were like, I'm not sure I can do that. This does not sound sanitary. Kickstream looks good, a little grainy and sharp. That might just be down to Kick's bitrate. I've tried to match the bitrate now on Twitch because Twitch now has a higher bitrate. So send your accountant that wears the highest thigh-high socks, please, and make sure it's a man. That's what I should have asked. I'm like, which one of the people in your office is the biggest fucking degenerate when they get home? So I get this guy. I think he's 26. I don't know. I just know he's under the age of 27. And I knew he was the right accountant for me. Because when I was like, look, I need an accountant under the age of 27, the first thing he said to me on the phone, and this is how I know he was the right guy, was he was like, yes, hello, is this a gay thing? He was like, is this like, are you like one of these people who does like gay stuff and you need like someone young for this? Because I'm not going to do it. And I was like, okay, perfect. You get the job. But first I had to be like, no, it's not like that. It's not like that. I promise. I swear. And I was like, this has to do with Twitch streaming. And I feel like he hesitated because he was trying to maintain professionalism. But I know deep down in this man's South African heart, all he was thinking about saying in that moment was, so this is a gay thing. I know, I could tell because he went and then like he stopped speaking because I know he was fighting the urge to say that. I know he was. He sent me so much. He sent me like a fucking thing. There was such a relief when I had a conversation with him about the whole Twitch and YouTube shit. He belayed my fears. Because what he helped me discover is that from a business perspective, if I can, like I get automatically taxed out of the US. I get double taxed automatically. So I get fucked. So I don't even see that money before it hits an account, right? And YouTube's not my problem, because if you're watching from YouTube, guess what? That money goes to Ilgi, who helps me edit videos together and throw them up on the second channel. So that is not my problem. But what was a gigantic relief when I spoke to this accountant was he was like, look, you can technically only be taxed on things that come off as profit, right? So what I need you to do is I need you to open this up under a business, because business taxes are lower. Then what I need you to do is you now work for the business. You are now a slave to yourself, technically. You are both employee and CEO of this shell company. And I need you to understand that if everything that comes off of the stream is then spent back on the stream, we're fine. Well, thank you, Dub. I'm glad you enjoy that. And he was like, look, and you know what the best part was? When I was talking about to him, he was like, don't worry, I'm dealing with 4 of you fucking people right now. Now, he didn't say it like that, but he was like, I'm dealing with 4 different people who are doing like YouTube and Twitch stuff in the cut. So I understand. But I could tell he was like, there's more of you fucking people. There's more. There's one more now. It's getting worse. Kids aren't going to space. They want to be on Twitch. It's a problem. They want to stream. But here's the fucked up part. And this is the sad part. This actually broke my heart a little bit. When I was doing this, he was like, I asked the critical question. Do I still need to record every single transaction that occurs? And his response was, well, you can do this the easy way, or you can do this the difficult way, or you can do this the really difficult way. There is no easy way. He was like, right, so you can either record every single transaction, you still have to do that, or you can keep doing things the way you've continued to do them so far, like a fucking retard, and mix them into your personal finances, and then not only do you have to now separate it out from like what you would regularly be getting from your income, from like a personal income tax perspective, but now you have to like do this whole separate, like 3 different ledgers and explain what you're doing and explain every single transaction. Or you can just put it under a business. So he's helping me set that up. And he broke my fucking heart when he said you still have to record every single transaction. And I was like, is there software that can help me do this automatically? And this poor, sweet femboy of an accountant looked me dead in my fucking eyes. And he said, for all this Twitch and YouTube shit, no. It's all manual. So that hurt. That hurt like shit. So you still fuck me over. You still waste my time. I have to spend hours off stream doing this every single time. But I've got some exciting news for you today. I've got some more exciting news for you today. There is a chance, and it's not a big chance, I'm willing to bet it's a scam, right? But there's a chance I may have finagled my way into being able to pay for shit without it burdening you. And if that just so happens to be the case, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take a lump sum of money that I may possibly potentially get in the future, assuming it's not a scam, and then just use them for gifted subs on Twitch so that you guys don't have to watch ads. Now, I don't know if there's ads on Kick. I fucking hope not. But if there is, anyone over there, I'll give them a gifted sub as well. That way, I can counteract the fucking anxiety Sniper Tigress just gave me, the anxiety ADAX keeps on giving me, and any of you other motherfuckers who keep stressing me out. How great is that? And you people can watch without ads. Is that not wonderful? Now, unfortunately, I don't think it's real. I don't think this... okay, I get like maybe 2 or 3 emails a week. Sometimes 4. About like fake scam companies trying to steal my YouTube channels, right? That's just like a common thing. But we may potentially have a sponsor in the future. And I have to say, I'd be so happy if it was these guys. I'd be so goddamn happy if it was these guys. We may potentially be sponsored by DJI. For anyone that doesn't know, it's this brand right here. The guys who make the best fucking wireless mics on the planet. But I've asked for verification of details. I've contacted someone in a back room that works at DJI, and they might just be like, who are you? Ew. Get away from me, fucking streamer. They might just say that to me. But hey, if they say yes, guess what? You get free gifted subs, all of you. If this comes through, I'll be so happy about that. Then Sniper Tigress and ADAX are forced to spend their money on themselves. I fucked you over after you fucked me over for weeks now. You bastards. Sure makes really good mics. They do. Sure makes good mics. So, like, anyone who wants to know, like, if you're looking for something simple and straightforward, USB plug-in mic, you either get the Elgato Wave or you get this, the Beacon mic, right? The only problem with the Beacon mic is that it comes out of Canada. If you want wireless mics, you get DJI. Do not touch the Rode wireless mics. I have, like, one of the biggest purchases that I regret is getting the Rode wireless mics, because it was like my first wireless microphone set, and it fucking it set itself on fire on my chest. The lithium battery inside one of the Rode mics expanded into a small IED, and while I was recording one of my videos, the like cover popped off, and I looked down and I was like, oh, what's that? And then it just started sparking on my chest, and I shit myself. Is it really a wireless mic if it has wires inside? What wires? There's no fucking wires here. This shit is the Ultron of wireless mics. There are no strings on this shit. And it's worked really well. That's why I'd be super happy if I got sponsored by them. Also, Darth Maglin, thanks for the follow. You're one of the first people over on Kick to follow. I appreciate it. Can you believe it, though? This might become a thing. I might be able to get more consistent. I might be able to do more weird shit. Now, because today we're specifically testing out to see how stable is Kick. What is Kick capable of? Is Kick gonna like be better than Twitch, which I'm willing to bet it probably will be? And since this is the first Kick stream, we're not going to be playing Guild Wars 2 today. We're going to be doing a deep dive, nutsack deep investigation into Heart of Thorns. That's going to be the most important thing, because I am now past the base game. I know enough Guild Wars 2 lore that the game cannot be like spoiled for me. Hope Kick works out for you. So do I, Darth. I fucking hope it does work out for me too, because you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Like, for the people who are over on Kick, who've ever been there, I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely thought that Kick was going to be dead. I thought Kick was going to be fucking dead. I thought it would be dead in the goddamn dirt by now. And you know what? I have never been happier to be wrong. I want you to take a look at this graph. Now, we've looked at this graph before, but it's such an impressive graph. Against all odds, somehow this fucking platform that is supposed to be just a clone of like Twitch, that's supposed to be green Twitch, that's supposed to be a joke, is somehow fucking exploding. This is ridiculous. The fact that it went from an average of 6,000 viewers to an average of 500,000 in like the space of 2 years. That's fucking ridiculous. Didn't explode because Asmongold was going to it. No. Asmongold left and came to Twitch to Kick somewhere around here, right? So this little piece here, this little sliver here, that's Asmongold. This is 2 years of growth, which means Asmongold moving over to Kick is independent from Kick's success, which is fucking amazing. That's so impressive. Hey, look, and even Edwards moved over to Kick. I hope it's a good experience. And you know what? So, I thought, like, I'm going to be honest, I was dead wrong about Kick. I thought Kick was going to be a meme platform. I thought it was going to be a fucking joke. I thought, like, there's no way this shit survives because it's just Twitch that's green. But I'm wondering if Kick is now actually a correction to the timeline. Is Kick gonna do all the shit that Twitch should have done years ago? Is Kick gonna actually be a good viewer experience? You know how like YouTube's a pretty decent viewer experience if you're even for streaming, even though they don't really even care about streaming? Is that where Kick's heading? You're top of Kick, on top of Guild Wars 2, hit Kick with 2 viewers. So, okay, to be fair, I'm pretty sure people don't play games on Kick. To be fair, the clips that I've seen come out of Kick have mostly had to do with sexual harassment, drinking and driving, and gambling. But to be fair, can you really say that Twitch has been any better? In my opinion, no Kick bans for dumb shit and is fucked up shitty support. Literal false bans happen on Kick just as much as Twitch, and the Jannies in charge are just as weird and mental. So I'm going to discover that, Benji. I get to figure that out. So the most information I currently have about Kick, and you probably know more than this, and maybe it pisses me off, maybe it doesn't, Benji. The most information I have currently about Kick is this. When I did my speedrun ban, I streamed to Twitch and I streamed to Kick. Kick was faster, more efficient, and more lenient with me getting banned than Twitch was. Kick picked up on the fact that I had violated TOS a lot faster, like a purposeful violation. They banned me, and they banned me for 24 hours. They emailed me talking about my ban. Then they went out of their way to say, once it's over, your channel's restored, don't bother us with this again. Twitch, on the other hand, we were rating dildos on stream. We were looking at fucking cocks on stream. I was playing gay porn games. They banned me. Get this. I looked back at the data. They told me I was banned for 1 week. Do you know how long I was actually banned for? I was at, and wait, no, it wasn't 3 weeks. Sorry. It was like 1.8 weeks. I say 3 weeks because it took me that fucking long to get my shit together to stream again. But nearly double the time. They said this is how long the ban was, and this is how long they took to unban me. Which means that Twitch is so fucking lazy it's using a manual unban system. How pathetic is that? Also, the Buzz, thank you for subbing. I'm glad you used your Prime. Thank you for making my taxes more difficult. I appreciate it. You bastard. Welcome to the worst place on the planet. You're gonna regret spending money here instead of on yourself. Did you say you were LGBT? No, I just said I was gay, Zofrost. You see, I'm married to a woman, Zofrost, and there's nothing gayer on the planet than sticking your dick inside a woman. Women do gay shit all day. And now I'm sticking my dick in the gayest thing imaginable. That's pretty gay. So maybe that does make me part of the HDTV community. As a gay, you can be gay without being LGBT. November, I have a cousin. Like, I'm sure the gay community's used to this, right? I have a cousin who is like the most vulgar, like using F slurs all the time. He's like uber gay. Like, he's like a gay from the 1980s. I don't know if you know this. Like, he wears like sparkly disco pants and shit. He's that kind of gay dude. He's like flamboyant. He has a good time. He loves his life. But he does the funniest shit. Is like, he'll be sitting in like a tank top shirt and sparkly disco pants, pink shoes, walking around. And I'm just reporting on what I saw. And he will see someone in a store, like struggling to get something off a shelf or something, and he'll be like, God, I wish these people would stop being such fags. And it's my gay cousin saying that, and he's in disco pants while he says it. It's great. It's like the funniest shit I've ever seen. He's actually such a good comedian. He's so funny, that dude. I love him so much. What's up, Fandral? How you doing? You rated the worst place on the internet. One of these days, I'm gonna end my stream earlier than you, and I'm gonna have to raid you and make your life a living nightmare with the filthy animals that live here. Cassius, thanks for the follow. Over on Kick, I hope you enjoyed. One of these fucking days, I have to raid your channel back. God damn it. At least you still talk to me. I think Muckluck's still upset with me, to be honest. I can't blame him for that. Now, oh, Fandral, that's right. I actually wanted your opinion on something. And Dragonator, thanks for the follow. Before I start doing a deep dive into Heart of Thorns, looking at all the information I can to make Heart of Thorns work, I wanted your business normie. I wanted your opinion on something. I actually want yours as well, Benji. I'm trying to figure out a way to do a streamer tournament, right? So okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been a pretty stingy Jew with a bunch of money that I'm scared to touch because I'm scared the tax man's gonna show up. He's gonna be like, you shouldn't have spent this money. I'm gonna go to prison and I'm gonna end up with a big black boyfriend. And I'm trying not to be like, that's not the relationship I plan to get into in the future, right? So, Benji, Fandral, this question is actually for you. What is your opinion on if I was to try and organize a streamer tournament with like $1,000 prize pool? So what I want to try and do, right, and maybe I'm too small to pull this off, but maybe at some point I won't be, who knows. But what I want to do is I want to find an MMO that none of you have played, right? Get all of you a bunch of keys, right? Square you off against each other. Give you an objective in that MMO. Whichever one of you hits that objective first gets like a first place. And then I can do like second place. I can do fucking, I don't know. You know what? Actually, I've still got to think about this, and this is all just pie in the sky and shit. But what I was thinking about doing was first place gets a 1K payout, and then second place, because I do have a kind of still deal with Humble Bundle where they'll give me a bunch of game keys, and then I would hand these game keys over to whoever's in second place to give out to your community. And then I don't know what I'd do for third place. Show up at their house and maybe take a dump on their doorstep. In USA, anything over $500 has to be reported on taxes. Okay, so all transactions are going to be $4.99. You will be receiving 2 subsequent payouts over 2 months of $4.99, and then on the third month, I'll give you $2. How does that sound? I looked into that with sponsor money, but it's a legal nightmare with all the countries. So I was thinking about doing something like this, and also using it as by way of an apology to say sorry to Muckluck. Because I do feel bad for acting like a fucking spurg. I do genuinely feel bad for that. Isn't that unfair? No lifers win over wage cucks. Well, here's the thing. Is if they're all streamers, they're all no lifers anyway. That's why I was thinking of doing it with streamers first. Figuring this out. Playing everyone off against each other. And then, if this works out and this is successful, I would then do it as a viewer tournament. And I'd try and get a sponsor involved so that, like, people can continually get things. So, like, it'll be viewers and you'll all be working in, like, groups with each other. And then at the end of it, even the people watching would be getting something like game keys and shit. Because I've still got game keys from when I was doing my workout streams, right? Unsolicited. You know what? They might be solicited November. By me. I'll be like, you got third place. You have to helicopter your dick around on stream. That was the agreement you signed. Yeah, it's in the fine print. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? But I thought that would be... I thought that would be pretty cool. You still got game keys. I'll take one. I have... So, it's been a while since I've looked at this, and Humble Bundle keeps on emailing me and harassing me about this. Because I haven't linked... I'm too scared to link my bank account, and they keep on telling me, fill out the fucking forms. Fill out the fucking forms, you piece of shit. And I keep on not doing it. So, there's just like... There's approximately like $100 just floating around in space on Humble Bundle that I'm going to spend on games for people anyway, right? Which I think is pretty funny. But they keep harassing me about it. They sent a representative into my email and they were like, listen, it's been over a month now. And you're not linking a bank account. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Because it turns out they don't have a policy for like they don't have one of those policies on Humble Bundle, which I think is pretty impressive, that if you're like an affiliate or some shit, they don't have a thing where they're like, we're just going to keep the money if you do nothing after X amount of months. Also, thanks for the gifted sub, Cassius. I appreciate it. You fucking bastard. Stop doing that. So I'm planning a bunch of stupid shit for the future. I want you to be aware of that. I don't know if it'll work out. These are all still just pie in the sky things, but I'm working it out. I'm live, ate food, unemployed, could be worse. Yeah, that's about everyone. Every big YouTuber usually starts with it's a huge day for the unemployed. Yeah, I've noticed that. Is that just me, or has that become like the average phrase for YouTubers now, especially people who do React content? God, I'm so far behind the fucking meta. I've got to catch up. I gotta start saying shit like, bro, huge day for the unemployed. I need to start saying things like, bro, that 12-year-old is so sexy. You know, average shit like that. Wait, how is this an apology to Muckluck? So what I would do for Muckluck to like actually do an apology is just give him a bunch of game keys, either way, that he can give to his community, because I figure that's fair. Right? But that would be like a separate thing. But I could bundle together the game keys that I would use for a tournament and the game keys I would give him anyway together as one, and then split them after I've paid for it because I get a discount. Right? So, here, let me show you. I don't know if I'm logged in. Humble Bundle, or Humble Games, or whatever the fuck they call it, will give you massive discounts if you buy huge stacks of games with them. And if you're an affiliate. And so, like, I bought, like, what was essentially $1,000 worth of games for, like, $200. And I've still got a few of them. I saw, bros, huge day for the unemployed. I saw someone, Skibbity Ohio Riz 6'9", no cap, on guard, for real, for real. Dude, fuck that guy. If he doesn't match your energy and vibe, fuck him. It's not about that, Benji. I'm fine with fucking with Muckluck, right? But I'm ashamed of how lowbrow the effort I put into fucking with him was. Does that make sense? I was spurging out because I was going through a bad point in time. I didn't have enough time to plan how I was going to fuck with him correctly and in a more artistic way. I much prefer to, like, if I'm going to fuck with someone, right? Here, let me put it to you this way. What is the easiest way to fuck with a streamer? You go and find one who's got those video submission things strapped to their stream. But because they're small enough, they don't actually have like a mod or someone checking them. And you go and you do a redeem for like $5 of they have to listen to a certain song. And it's the edited DuckTales version song. And I'm pretty sure you know which DuckTales song I'm talking about. So I'm ashamed of that. Not because of him or that I pissed him off. I'm ashamed of that because I didn't do a good enough job fucking with him. Does that make sense? I like doing things like it's like I had a cringe moment. Like, have you ever asked a girl out on a date and you thought the worst thing she was gonna say to you is no? And you go to ask her out, and before she even gets the chance to say no, your pants are around your ankles, you got your dick out, and you're charging at her, telling her you're gonna kill her dad unless she dates you. That's what I did. And it's gonna keep me awake at night for quite a while. That's the issue. I'm ashamed of poor workmanship. XR's got it. That's perfect. At this point, I want to get your opinion. I've been sitting on this idea for a two-man show called Brand Risk. You bastard. Okay, first of all, Fandral, fuck you. Fuck you and fuck your idea, because I quite literally thought about this. This accountant who's like helping me figure out all my taxes and shit now, he was like, you need to open up a company and you need to like give it a name. And I quite genuinely thought about calling it Brand Risk as a name. Right, so fuck you. How dare you? But it's a good name. Basically a full DGen, so I'd prepare 2 to 3 article statements, X, or a clip that is so unreal you question reality. They might be fake or from the Onion, or might be real, but I won't tell you, but I still want the full react. This is the thing, Fanral. You gotta go after people who have a weak constitution if you do that as a segment. Right? Because if you get someone like me and you show me a clip like that, right? Like let's say you take a clip from the Onion and it's something like new progressive restaurant in New York has decided that they're going to take aborted babies and serve them in upper class restaurants. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh my God, I'm so shocked. I'll be like, no, this is disgusting and terrible. They should only be doing it to black babies because everyone knows that they taste better. I'll say shit like that and make it infinitely worse. Have you ever seen Memory TV? I'll be one of those guys. I'll talk about how SpongeBob's on a jihad. That's what I'll do. I'll sink my reputation and anyone involved with me. You look like an Asuri. How dare you? How dare you, book horse? I should ban you, but you're lucky on YouTube because I have no fucking idea how to do that on YouTube. So, today's stream, I've got to prepare for Heart of Thorns. I am in the Guild Wars 2 category. We've got to start looking at how to prep for Heart of Thorns. Here's the problem. I have done everything in my power. I have sucked the toes. Oh my God. Did they reject my access? Oh, okay, it was just signing me in. I have done everything in my power to try and get a hold of Chrono Odyssey for like the 20th. I want to play this game. What's up, Jimmy? I see you now on Kick. I hope it's a better experience than Twitch. I hope there's less chat filtering that happens on Kick for people who want to say spicy things. Jokes aside, on your tournament idea, I'd love the content alone. Whether I participate or not, I think it's a great idea, but nightmare admin. That's why I'm willing to do this, like, I'm willing to be Jesus in this situation and nail myself to the cross doing all the admin stuff so that no one else has to deal with it, because no one wants to deal with the fucking admin bullshit. When I talk on... Oh shit, look at that! You do get a check mark, admin. Mark. You know, for all the blacklists you're on with video games, somehow YouTube kind of likes you, Benji. It's probably because you keep on giving out valid information. You know what? I'm gonna tell you this now, as a secret. Also, thanks for the follow, Tape. I see you on Kick there as well. I'm gonna give you... I can see this in the future. It's like I've been snorting spice from Dune. If I gave you a key, if I finally eventually find a way to give you a key for Dune Awakening, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to piss them off the same way that you piss off the Albion community. And I'm going to tell you why. Everyone in the Dune community is currently convinced that you have to craft a buggy before you craft an ornithopter. But that is fucking horseshit, because all the aluminium you need to mine is on like the top ledges and the mesas and stuff. So you should skip the buggy, grind out the ornithopter, and then go back for the buggy later. But everyone is so fucking convinced right now that you have to get the buggy first in Dune. And that's like surface level. I already know that you're gonna find out, like, you would make tutorials that piss the entire community off, and just like in Albion, you're gonna be right. I know that's gonna happen. I know, like, I can see it already. I can see it coming. I'm surprised Dune lasted 2 weeks. Funcom has a habit of games rapidly dying. They do, and I think why Dune has lasted is because it's actually... So this is the way I look at Dune, before we start looking at the Heart of Thorns stuff. This is the way I see Dune as a game. Dune is a game that's made of uptime and downtime. Right? Where this is the fun, exciting shit, and this is the downtime. And the problem is when you play the game initially, the first 5 hours or so are downtime. The second you get out of that, you get to do something interesting for a little while. And then you go back to downtime. Now, people who are survival game enjoyers are really going to like doing this and then getting back to uptime. They enjoy this cycle. But a lot of players are going to try out Dune, get to this downtime period, say, fuck this game, it sucks. I never want to play it again, and then bounce out of the community, never say anything, and the only one giving opinions are people up here. That's why I think it's lasting, is because there are enough people who got to this period here in the uptime to start enjoying things. Now, is Dune a perfect game? Absolutely not. Does it have bugs? Absolutely. Does jank shit happen in that game? Absolutely. But there's something there. There's something in this game that they learned from Conan Exiles that makes it worthwhile. And I feel that way. I actually kind of like Dune. It's boring as fuck to watch on stream. I'll be honest with you. Like, you want to die inside watching it on stream. That's why I think if you did content on YouTube, it would be way better than someone watching some guy farm fucking Earthright crystals for like 7 hours because there's one chasm in the game where you get them from. But also, there's a bunch of Dune simps in the game, so that's why they probably enjoy it. I once told Benji to review Final Fantasy XIV. Oh my god. As if Benji hasn't been... as if he hasn't been doxed enough. Jesus Christ. I know for a fact he'll rip into that game, and the inclusive chameleons over there. Thanks for the follow over on Kick. Super. So... I watched a short. I can't remember which creator said this, right? This is not my idea. But he pointed out something really interesting between the difference between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. If you ask a World of Warcraft streamer or player, is World of Warcraft a toxic community? All of them will be like, oh yeah, fuck the community. Everyone's a toxic piece of shit. It's trash. Of course they're pieces of shit. But if you ask a Final Fantasy streamer, is the community toxic? Is this a toxic game? They will sit there for 5 to 10 minutes trying to figure out how to puzzle piece a sentence together that's not going to get 70 different people trying to kill them next week. Tried Final Fantasy XIV, played till like level 20 or so. It felt like a single player lobby style game. It was also way too easy. There was no reason to grind to the end game. Yeah, since only grief you could do with it is one shot an open world event mob thingy before others show up. That might be the case. That might be why you wouldn't play it, is because it's boring as fuck. That's actually a good point. Now, someone sent me their manifesto on Discord about Heart of Thorns. I'm going to try and find it now. And that's where we're going to begin our journey into Heart of Thorns. It wasn't Sawman. It wasn't Jimmy. He just sent me porn. It was Sam. There it is. So today's stream, we're testing out Kick. We're seeing if Kick works. And we're doing a deep dick dive into Heart of Thorns. Because guess what? You literally can't spoil the game for me. I don't care. I could not give a shit at this point if someone spoiled Guild Wars 2 for me, because I'm enjoying playing the game. I personally enjoy playing Guild Wars 2. And so I don't give a shit if someone spoils the story, because I don't care about what the outcome is. Except Traherne dying. Apparently that's a thing. That was a relief. I hope Brahim dies brutally. I hope Taimi finally succumbs to leukemia. But I'm okay with having spoilers at this point. I've had my enjoyment. Now Sam here was nice enough that he sent his manifesto on Guild Wars 2. Will you at least open your Black Lion key on Kick? Gambling is the stream. You know what, Super? That's a great idea. I'm gonna save up Black Lion keys. And I'm gonna call it CSGO gambling, and it's actually just Guild Wars 2, and it's just me opening the fucking keys. So, first and foremost, someone needs to check in on Sam and if he's okay. Because he may shoot up a school soon. He might be out there right now, loading up an AR-15, trying to find out which elementary school no longer has security guards, with how detailed this list is. But I do appreciate the fact that this poor man went and did free labor and gave me all this to go through. I was conflicted on the Air Snaff sex scene. No way. Air would never let that happen. She would never let a disgusting rat like that inside her. She would let a disgusting rat like Braham fall out of her. That's for fucking sure. But I don't think she'd let one in. She's done worse. She did do worse. She gave birth to Braham. Biggest L on planet Earth. You know, I rank things... I rank reality against MMOs, right? And the way I see it, the Holocaust is here. Braham's birth is here. Right? And then slavery is in between the two. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Now let's start this journey exactly where Sam's told us to, with the announcement trailer. Let's find out exactly what the fuck I'm in for when it comes to Guild Wars 2. Testing censorship and... okay, so it won't let you say fag. That's unfortunate. That it won't let you use the British word for cigarettes over on Kick. Heart of Thorns trailer is actually gold. Well, I'm about to find out. I liked the ending that we got at the end of Living World Season 2, where it prepped us with a cinematic. It told us what was coming. Now, unfortunately, Braham was in the cinematic, and that did make me throw up in my mouth a little bit. But, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. That's just how it is. Hold on. Only better combat than Guild Wars 2 I found was in the beta of a game called Raiders that never actually took off. I don't even know that game. I've literally never heard of that game. That's the problem. We're doing a reenactment of 2015. You know what? How dare you be that fucking accurate on the stream? How dare you? This is a place for misinformation and yelling racial slurs, goddammit. That's what this place is for. Did you like your mentor, Foreskin? Foreskin was fantastic. It's too bad that the game cut him off of us. I'm so sad about that. I'm still annoyed that we lost Foreskin. But I suppose, hey, look, the Jews control Guild Wars 2. That's just how it is, right? So we had to lose the Foreskin at some point. When do I need to pull you through Heart of Thorns hero points with a leash? I'm considering it. I'm currently in the state, so when it comes to all the content for Guild Wars 2, I'm currently in the state where I've been through the Living World Seasons 1 and 2. I want to go through Heart of Thorns, and I think that's going to tell me whether I'm structuring a video where I'm putting these two together in one video, or whether this needs to be a video and then this needs to be a video. Right? Once I get into Heart of Thorns, I want to see how, like, I want to get through, like, maybe 5% of the content. And then I want to reconsider, do I go mash out hero points? Or do I just keep playing the game and see where we go from there? I'm trying to figure out which one of those I need to aim at. Good night, kid. Go live your life. For anyone new in the stream, I want you to know that I keep giving this public service announcement, and I'm going to continue giving this. Whatever the fuck you have to do with your life is more important than any stream on the planet, including mine. If you have to go fuck your wife's neighbor, I mean, if you have to go fuck your neighbor's wife, either or, both, if you want. If you need to go beat up a family member, if you need to go pull the kneecaps out of the last person who owes you money and eat them in front of his friends and family so people take you seriously from now on. You go and do that. My neighbor is my cousin, though. Well, you know what they say, November? Why go across the street when you can go right next door, huh? Keep it in the family. If politicians can be incest babies forever and still rule the world, why can't you? Also, thanks for the sub, Caduceus. Live like the elite. Fuck your family members. So let's start right here. Let's begin our journey into Guild Wars 2 right here. Okay, actually, before we start this trailer, what would you guys... I tried, she rejected me. Who said you had to ask? That's what Rufalin's for. The only thing you need to ask is, does this rag smell like chloroform to you? That's all you need to ask. See, that's where you're going. Nowadays, you can do that while watching your stream. Okay, I'm going to ask you all a question before I look at this. What would you rate this announcement trailer out of 10? Because, and is it a bait announcement trailer? Because, okay, let me show you a 10 out of 10 trailer for a dog shit game. I want you to see the absolute Giga Chad behavior that the fucking, what's the word people use? Aura. That's the new word. I saw this. I'm catching up to these goddamn Zoomers. The absolute aura this fucking random character gives off in ESO just to disappoint the shit out of us. I want you to look at this. Am I getting baited by the announcement trailer? That's why I need to know what it is. Is it like going to be like a 10 out of 10 trailer followed by a shitty fucking trashy game that upsets everyone? Just watch this and you'll understand what I mean. Look at this fucking god. Look how fucking badass this looks. Jesus. And then he just goes fisticuffs on them and makes them all look like bitches. And the only reason they win is plot armor. Sword through him and he's still going at it. And he even dies like a god. He even dies like a motherfucking god. Thanks for the follow, Backstrand. Now, look at that. That's how you fucking debate the shit out of someone. That's what Elder Scrolls did to people. I'm praying to God that the quality between Living World Season 2 and Heart of Thorns just increased. And we didn't get one of these moments. And from what I saw, all of you were saying was like an 8 out of 10, a 10 out of 10. So I'm willing to bet that based on the people who are experienced at Guild Wars 2, I'd say a Heart of Thorns trailer is pretty good. 8 out of 10, maybe even 9 out of 10. I want you to keep your rating in mind in the context of the gameplay of Guild Wars 2. Does the cinematic, the announcement trailer, better match what happens in the game than what happens with ESO? Or is this just a fucking bait? That's what I'm concerned about. Have I seen the first SAB trailer? I probably have, but I don't know what you mean by SAB. Guild Wars 2 increases massively when you press your dodge key. It does. It does. I fucking... You know what? When you figure out the dodge jump combo and it becomes second nature and it becomes muscle memory, the game gets a lot better. Now, I need to see. I have some experience with this game. I'm hoping we don't get the ESO jank. Super Adventure Box. Yes, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. My mom's not a Super Adventure Box. She's a pile of dust, so, you know. Super Adventure Dust, maybe, but hey, that's life. It's the 80s vibe one. All right, let's find out.
The journey of the hero is filled with trials. Trials of courage. Trials of loss. Trials of war.
That's not Ritlock, is it? Wait, does Ritlock become like, does he become a Revenant class? It's the Revenant class, right? That's Ritlock. What the fuck happens to his eyeballs? The last you see of him in Living World Season 2 is he falls down a hole. What, were they like fucking his face down there or something? What happened in the hole? He is now Daredevil. You know what? You know what? If I could, I would hire Ritlock to be my legal defense because I think he would just murder the judge. Watch, you'll see. He still has them. Wait, he still has the eyeball. Are you telling me that this man still has his eyeballs and he just blindfolded himself because he was like, life's too easy now? What the fuck? He's wearing the blindfold so you can't catch him staring at eyes to... That's the worst reason to wear a blindfold. You should be staring at that shit all day. You should have your eyes locked on Air's chest. If I'm being honest with you, I barely know what Air's face looks like. That's the worst reason to wear a blindfold.
Forging the hero in the fires of resolve, wisdom, and strength. Propelling them into the unknown. This journey never ends. The hero's journey is to become legend.
Okay, this is what I really like about the cinematic so far. It looks like they're primarily using in-game graphics. I really actually fucking... I've realized I hate MMOs where they don't primarily use in-game graphics for their cinematics because it's such a fucking bait. Right? World of Warcraft did this for the longest time. But this looks like it matches in-game cinematics, like in-game graphics a lot. And I appreciate the fact that Guild Wars 2 had the balls to use their in-game graphics instead of trying to, like, manipulate and twist people who don't know anything about the game into thinking this game is something that it's not. Okay. This hurt my soul. But not for the reason you think, right? I want you to watch this part here, right? And I want you to guess why this hurt my soul. I want you to guess why that hurt my soul. Twigger alert. No, the Twigger's fine. It's actually about the Twigger, but it's not what you think it is. What hurts my soul is that in these cinematics, Guild Wars 2 has shown that they can do facial expressions on their characters with the in-game graphics, and somehow modern MMORPGs cannot even lip-sync their fucking voice acting properly. This is a 14-year-old game. This game is so old that Minecraft YouTubers almost don't want to fuck it anymore. And somehow, in their first expansion, they've managed to do facial animations on their characters. How the fuck, as MMORPG players, did we get so used to eating shit that modern MMOs can release without any facial expressions? That to this day, like, go back and play San Andreas, and you will notice that the San Andreas characters in GTA have more facial expression than most NPCs in MMOs when you talk to them. So it's all had facial animation. Yes, but again, that's an old MMO. I'm talking about modern MMOs, Cyro. New World still does not have facial expressions on most of its characters. They can't even lip sync shit. When the game released, the lips didn't even move. The character would just sit there. There was no like movement of the arms. They would just sit there, and like a voice line would read the first sentence, and then you'd have to read the rest of the fucking text. They didn't even go through the fucking effort of getting the voice actors to read the full text out. Why? Why do modern MMOs do that? Hurts my fucking soul so much. I missed one of Fandrel's messages there. He said something. Where was it? It's actually ironic. Brazil back then lost his partnership and deleted all his content after he called out ANET for using shaders to present the legendary armor better than it was. They retaliated hard, but he ended up being right. You're telling me other MMOs get away with full cinematic horseshit stuff, and the Guild Wars 2 players are so meticulous that a war was started over shaders. You know what? I think Brazil needed to go play a few other MMOs, and he would have probably like, all right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up about this. To be honest, I like the fact that he called it out, though. I think that's good. I think you should always call out all deceptive practices that everyone does, because Guild Wars 2 is a good MMO that I like, and if you like an MMO, even if you really, really like it and you think it's a 10 out of 10 game, you should take a shit on the game to ensure that the devs don't go out of their way to fuck it up in the future. It's abuse through love. It's love through abuse. If you love something, you will abuse the shit out of it and criticize it all the time. That's how you keep a stable girlfriend, by the way, is if you can wear her confidence down enough, she'll never leave. Because she doesn't have the energy to run away anymore. She just gets used to it. Guild Wars 2 characters are rigged for face animation, but due to discarding the old dialogue system, they didn't use that to the full potential. That's fine. At least the rigging's there. At least that means in the future, maybe A-Net will be a bunch of riggers and fix that. The potential exists. Can we do a blind date show? I don't even know what that is. I'm married, so you'll have to find someone else to be on the blind date. I'll just give you disgusting commentary the entire time. Because of the Brazil drama, they actually made it so that legendary armor is always rendered with max shaders, even if everything else isn't. Hey, good change. Good change. Congratulations. Well done to Brazil. Congratulations. He effected change. He forced their hand. He made them cuck out to him, specifically. Don't want to hear about Obsidian armor. Crybabies, the open world armor was far more than open worlders deserved. Okay, let's continue. Cool looking dragon. Kill the Asura, please. Okay, gliders. Gliders must have been such a huge deal back in the day. That little short clip, I can imagine when this was released back in 2015, that a whole bunch of like Guild Wars 2 people who mained the game were like analyzing the shit out of every segment of this trailer and be like, oh my god guys, we're gonna get flying, and like coming up with a bunch of fucking wild theories. Oh god, the NPCs look so fucking good. I love the fact that they kept going with the NPCs. This fixes one of my problems. There was a complaint with the base game where I felt like the super cool, interesting mobs you don't see enough of, and the bland mower you see everywhere. I don't know what it is about the base game of Guild Wars 2, but the fucking game is infested with mowers. The entire game is infested with fucking mowers. They're like rats. That's a cool looking armor set. Okay, so this is where Engineer got the scrapper build, I'm guessing. Fuck, that looks good. Okay, side note, that made me want to maybe drop my Engineer and get a Revenant. Like, build a Revenant off stream, get it to level 80, get it to the point where I'm through Living World Season 1 and 2, and then play a Revenant, because that looked cool as fuck. That did look fucking cool as fuck. Funny thing about mowers, the newest legendary they released takes an ungodly amount of poultry meat to craft, so everyone is camping core zones, enacting total mower death. Good. Now I'm going to stick with my Engineer. I'm enjoying my Engineer too much, but you know what? I might level a Revenant. I might level one. That made me want to level one right there. Fuck, I'm sorry. Okay, think about this from my perspective. I come from World of Warcraft, right? At no point in time did I ever feel like World of Warcraft was accurately represented by its cinematics to match its gameplay outside of Wrath of the Lich King, the Wrathgate, where Bolvar dies. Outside of that, where they used in-game cinematics that I appreciated more than the fucking the CGI team in the background who's trying to manipulate you into playing the game. Do you ever feel like the gameplay matches the cinematics? I appreciate the shit out of this. We need this. We need to return to Monkey. We need this, actually. We need to start firing all these 3D fucking animators who manipulate people with cinematics that have nothing to do with what the actual game looks like, and we need to return to Monkey. This is what we need in MMOs. Be honest with you, this is actually hyping me up. This looks fucking good. This looks good. This was a good cinematic, holy shit. Are you telling me Ritlock gets a fucking dragon spirit to control? Are you telling me this motherfucker is like a pseudo necromancer? Yes. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. That's so fucking cool. That's actually awesome. Okay. Okay. Now, you need to give me a second because this is hyping me up too much. Right, that was a masterclass on exactly the kind of cinematics, the exact kind of announcement trailers that MMORPGs, even to this day, should be using to sell their product, to tell people what their game is about, so people can decide whether they're going to like it or not. Delete engineer on stream and reroll. No. No, I actually like my engineer. I'll delete my second engineer so that I can re-roll the Revenant. The second engineer that I was using to get B-roll footage for videos. Actually, shit, I might want to keep him so I can get more B-roll. But that was fucking amazing. That was peak. Now, just to kill your boner, just to keep things in check, I need to remind everyone. Where is it? God, I need to find it. They're trying to bury it. They're trying to keep it away from me. Somewhere out there, it exists, and I'm gonna find it. This is... I need to kill this erection. Oh, there it is. There it is. Just to keep things in check. Just to make you understand that was a very hyped trailer. That was fucking amazing. That was incredible. But this does not mean that ArenaNet is infallible. This does not mean that I will ever forget about the fucking bang bus.
Montreal.
That I'll never forget about the shittiest Australia, porno
San Francisco.
that ever existed.
So do you live in LA?
No, I'm from a land called Tyria.
Oh.
Oh, Tyria. He has a Tyrian camp license.
I will never.
Oh, well, this is just something I do.
Have a portal.
I will never forget about the shitty MMORPG bang bus. I will never forget about this. And I will never forgive them for the psychological damage they did to me by everyone pointing out that this fucking thing exists. So if you ever think that ArenaNet is not vulnerable to fucking up like every other community out there. I just want you to remember. They produced
for the traffic jams, you mean? Yeah.
Fake Taxi before it was a porn thing. I want you to remember that. In your heart, somewhere out there.
Oh, really sweet.
Someone looked at this and they were like, why are all these such fucking porn angles? Who thought of this? We need to fire the marketing department.
You heard about this?
You can see, like, this part's my favorite. I always remember this part here. This part right here, right? When it comes to this girl, there's one girl in the back of this. Because the way that the guy in the front talks to her, she's like in the back, like in a corner. She's sitting there like, am I about to be fucked against my will? Right? I want you to look at the expression on her face.
Centaurs?
You gotta watch out for the centaurs.
Her. He starts talking about fucking centaurs. And we all know horses have huge dicks, right? She's sitting back there like, am I about to be taken into a back alley and raped? Look at her face.
Oh, I heard about that.
Look at her face.
You heard about the centaurs?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You heard about the centaurs? I'm gonna show you a centaur. Watch, look at her face. She's scared. She's like holding her purse and her phone close to her body. You can see it in her eyes.
Scared?
I am scared of centaurs. They are half man, half horse, and 100% terrifying.
Look at her on her phone. Like, I need to prep a 911 call.
All sorts of crazy stuff.
That moment with that poor woman was burned into my brain eternally. 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Always. Will be there forever. So this needs to be kept in context. Amazing trailer, much better than the bang bus that they made. It makes me so uncomfortable. It makes everyone uncomfortable. You think this is bad? You should see the announcement conference for Icebrood Saga. When you get to irritable bowel syndrome. We'll get there. We'll do a deep dive when I get to IBS. To this day, nobody can explain why they did this. I can tell you exactly why they did that, Faith. They did that thinking it was going to be cool and interesting and it was going to be fun. And you know what? I think they were trying to do the same thing that World of Warcraft used to do at the time, where they did ads like this. Where WoW did shit like this, right? And WoW doing this was just as fucking cringe, but somehow they got away with it because they had celebrities involved. So shit like this.
Mr. T has the greatest hair in the world. You can't deny it. It's been proven by science, fool. Now you can have the greatest hair in the world of Warcraft with the Mohawk grenade. Yeah, wherever I go, I'm making Warcraft look good. So don't give me no back talk. Try World of Warcraft free.
So at least, this was a 1 minute video of the cringiest shit. And but it was in and out, right? It was like getting molested on a train, right? You know at some point the train's gonna stop. But the Guild Wars 2 bang bus, that was like 4 fucking minutes of pure suffering. And they didn't have celebrities backing it up. And they thought they were going to dress up a cab, and it wasn't just going to look like a shit hairy cab where someone's getting raped in the back or trafficked across a border. Sab 80s trailers were better. Anything was better than that. But at least with this, back in the day, it could get away with it because it was using short little clips and then advancing the story.
At Warcraft.com.
Find a Night Elf Mohawk in-game and claim your Mohawk grenades.
Rated T for teen. I'm Mr. T and I'm a Night Elf Mohawk. What's your game?
See? And that's one ad. 30 seconds. In and out. Just like that guy that molested the family member that kept on talking about it to you at Christmas when they were drunk. In and out. Before you even knew what the fuck was going on.
Some
Second
smack-talking fool's been saying Mr. T can't change the world of Warcraft. He ain't no computer hacker. Well, answer me this, suckers. How do you explain the Mohawk grenade? Yeah, wherever I go, I'm making Warcraft.
So these were the different versions, right? But that's fine. At least it was quick. At least it was quick enough that it left you going, what the fuck? The problem is the Guild Wars 2 version of the Bang Bus left you to sit and stew. That's the issue. Okay, I've seen this one. I've seen the Super Adventure box.
Come on.
This?
Come on.
More acceptable. Much more acceptable than let's rape people in the back of a taxi cab.
Finally, yeah!
Victory is ours!
Whoa, Whitlock, Brimstone!
Now, the journey continues with the Super Adventure Box. Travel through a strange world of great danger.
At least they themed this. At least they themed this shit.
And mesmerizing view.
Awesome graphics!
You'll need lightning reflexes, nerves of steel.
Stop the graphics!
And the heart of a warrior. Farewell, the fate of Tyrion is in your hands.
That is so much better. Sure, okay, it's a little bit suspicious that a grown-ass man is breaking into a child's bedroom wearing a fucking fur outfit. But that is still less cringe than the Bang Bus is ever going to be.
Live the saga of Guild Wars 2 on your Super Adventure Box from ArenaNet. Your parents help you look it up.
Much better. They kept to the like janky 80s theme when they didn't have CGI. It looks so much better. This looks so much fucking better. Holy shit. This was a TV ad. No, I don't think this was a TV ad. I wouldn't know because I wasn't involved with Guild Wars 2, but as far as I'm aware, Guild Wars 2 didn't run TV ads, but WoW did. I was in the third world, so I never saw any of that. It was all online. But I know for a fact that the WoW ones did hit TV. Grown-ass man, furry. No furry is a man. I'm sorry. They identify as a cat. You're right, Sasha. Okay, let's continue on with the manifesto here. So that was the announcement trailer, right? The initial blog post on the design philosophy of Heart of Thorns outlines the main changes we saw of the game at the time and includes a trailer. So now this is the Heart of Maguma, right? So I'm guessing Maguma's a zone within Heart of Thorns. Now I'm getting into the details here. I'm learning some shit. As Heart of Thorns evolves, Guild Wars 2 Open World will be evolving along with it. In the Heart of Maguma, where the open world content and the stories of the expansions will take place, we'll build on the foundation of the core principles of Guild Wars 2, the power of our dynamic event system. The fact that they didn't leave this alone, I hope that means they improved it. I hope this didn't get worse. The belief that playing with others makes for a better experience. The impact of environment on stories and the joy of exploration and discovery. So, what... the hidden text that you're not seeing, right? Unless you're an MMORPG player. Unless you've been playing MMOs forever. Do you know what this actually reads as? Right here. They were trying to make PvP into an esports. What a terrible idea. That's the esports phase of MMOs. I remember everything was supposed to be an esports at some point. Blizzard was doing the same with every fucking game they touched. Everyone was trying to make everything an esports. What the hidden subtext that you're seeing here is, be ready for some abandonware. That's what this reads as to me. This means we're going to double down on what works, and we're going to abandon everything we think is dog shit and never touch it again. And I can tell that theming just based on the core experience of Guild Wars 2. Because they had like a million different ideas, and then they just started abandoning shit. Iro Shills, thanks for the follow. I mean, ANET has a habit of not updating old content. They do, right? The dynamic event system is in fact not abandonware. Yes, I'm aware of that, but what you're not reading is the subtext here. Super. Dynamic event system was good. People loved the dynamic event system. It was amazing. It was incredible. Everyone thought it was enjoyable. So what do? ArenaNet sits there and they say, everyone loves the dynamic world system, so let's make it even better. Everyone looks at playing with others, making a better experience. This is the time when social media wasn't that important, or at least it was less important, and people wanted to play with other players. They didn't just want to play with themselves, they all wanted to be in the Guild Wars 2 bang bus together. So they were like, let's make the multiplayer experiences of Guild Wars 2 better. Let's double down on that. The impact of the environment on the stories. Let's put more environmental shit on that. Let's double down. The joy of exploration and discovery. The literal ADHD part of this game that made me play it for double the time period I would have otherwise played for it. They're like, we know people love doing this, so let's double down on that. The subtext there is let's abandon underwater combat. Let's abandon the shit that people don't like. Which the way I read that, maybe they were right to do that. Maybe this was the right thing to do. Is to say, no, fuck all this stuff that's not working. We're not even going to bother to fix it. We're going to focus on what works. Maybe that was actually the right decision. And now people retroactively just bitch about it. We're taking all of these principles to the next level. They're doubling down in Heart of Maguma. And let's see what the trailer has to say for us here. In glorious 1080p, thank you very much. Again, thank God they're using in-game graphics. Again, what a good idea. To keep with the theme of using in-game graphics. Ever seen this? This was an April Fool's joke that got a lot of people. I'll pull that up here in a second. So that's there waiting. This right here is I'm going to put my dick on the table and show you what I'm really worth, right? This is I'm not afraid to show you what the environments are going to look like. We put a lot of work into this, and we're going to show you how good it is. This is not, let's have a cinematic and then actually hide what's happening in the game. For example, have any of you, if any of you are WoW nerds, have any of you seen the cinematics? And yes, I'm going to keep on comparing it to WoW because that's where I come from. Have any of you seen the stories and cinematics that came out of Warlords of Draenor? The stories leading up to Warlords of Draenor with the Warlords was fucking incredible. And then you played Warlords of Draenor and you know what you did? You sat in your garrison doing nothing all day, waiting for a timer to run out, and maybe pugging some raids and dungeons. You sat still, didn't move from your garrison, you became the NPC quest giver in Warlords. And I'm going to after this, I'm going to show you one of the cinematics to show you how fucking good it was. From like a story perspective and what World of Warcraft could have had. And then I'm going to show you what the gameplay was of Warlords of Draenor, just to give you a comparator. The video's off center, you're right. That's better. Look at that. They even put your mom's hole in the game. Showing off the mobs and the things you have to fight. Again, very well themed. They went for a full theme with this expansion. Looks good. Fucking Jurassic Park vibes. Absolute Jurassic Park vibes. Amazing. Fuck mushrooms. I'm willing to bet they gave you PTSD if you feel that strongly about them. That's what I meant about Dust Filter. Previous trailer had nothing on it of it. I'm not sure what that refers to. I absolutely love this expansion. I can't wait to see your emotions when you play it. Look at this. This is exciting. It works with the game, right? This is okay. Let's look at expectations versus reality when it comes to this, right? Guild Wars 2 just set an expectation. Is there any part of this trailer that you wouldn't expect to come across in game? Is there any mob in this trailer that you wouldn't expect to see in-game when you're playing the game? Honestly, the expansion when this all came out shocked all of us. No wonder. Has he been to Verdant Brink yet? No, I haven't. Everything that you see in this game is the expectation that I can see is going to match the reality of this game because they're using in-game graphics. All these mobs, I expect to deal with them. I expect to fight them. There is no mismatch between expectation and reality. Now I'm going to show you where World of Warcraft fucked up and continued to fuck up for years, and they didn't realize how much goodwill they were losing by doing this. Lords of War. Which one should we watch? Let's go with we'll go with the first one, just so that people who've never played WoW can get an understanding of how far from the gameplay the expectation was.
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
Now, keep in mind, all those facial expressions are in the game. This kind of matches the gameplay, but it's obviously upgraded cinematics, like upgraded graphics than what you would actually get. This I still consider acceptable, right? I've never played retail WoW. Is it any good? No. Now it's dog shit. I think it all just kind of fell apart after Wrath of the Lich King, but I want you to take a look at how good the cinematics were, how good the lead up to any of the expansions was, and then I'm going to show you the gameplay of Warlords of Draenor, and you tell me if there's a mismatch between expectations and reality.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
So at this point, right? At this point, what's your expectation? Would you expect that the graphics you're seeing here in the cinematic match what's actually happening in the world, right? Try the Ascension private server. Yeah, Ascension's a lot better than the base game at this point, right? I would say yes, because they're using kind of in-game graphics here. The stylization, the art style, the graphical fidelity is similar to what you would expect out of the actual game.
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kar.
And that's where they fucked it up. They kept it to the in-game graphics. They kept the expectation. And this is where they fucked it up.
Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out.
So just look how good the storytelling is, right? This is actually legitimately good storytelling, right? The lore, the storytelling, the way this works, the fact that Kargath is quite literally Martin Luther Orc. It's good storytelling.
The arena. 100 Orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over.
Look how solid of a story that is, right? You got the gladiator shit going on. It's brutal. It's aggressive. It's vicious. They've tied their visual storytelling together. The storyboarding team has done an amazing job. To be honest, I don't mind these kind of cinematics as additional lore to the game. But for the game expansion, you definitely want to show some gameplay, I feel like. Khaldun, I'm going to get to exactly that point. You're going to see this.
100 lives. Kargath had earned his reward. Like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena. The promise of freedom. Nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer.
listen to that, right? Listen to the sound design. Every little thing. And then they just show his fucking stub. They went so fucking hard on this art. You understand exactly what's going on.
Take your vengeance.
As a nurse, I gotta ask, how is he not bleeding out? I'd be willing to bet that he'd not be bleeding out at that point because he's like had that hand chained up for so long that it's probably suffered some level of blood loss already, or he probably, he probably tied it to shit up. Based on World of Warcraft lore, we know that orc physiology is different from human physiology, and like orcs are literally fucking insane. Like you can chop off 3 of their limbs and they'll just keep going.
Bound by
Half
vengeance,
mushrooms, there you go.
their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
What a cool fucking name. The Shattered Hand. Because that's what he had to do. Think about how amazing, how incredible the storyboarding was. Now I'm going to show you, comparatively, what the gameplay was. This was the gameplay of Warlords of Draenor. What you did was you would run into an area and sit in this area, generally speaking, about where the Ashes of Alar Mount is, right there, and you would just build this base. That's all you did. That's all you did the entire time, is you built this base and you sent other people out on missions that would take time to either, like, succeed or fail. You literally, like, most people sat right here on these fucking 7 tiles, right here, waiting for missions to be completed. What you would do is you would log in, you would go up the hill here to the castle here, talk to someone, send 3 people out on a mission, then you would come back to this spot right here because you might want to go see your mounts or some other little mini game that was happening, and then you would log out and you'd wait 30 minutes and then you'd log back in to see if they succeeded in the quest or not. And you would build a base. That's what you would do for the entire expansion. Shattered Hand, is that going to be Goon Software's new name? Listen, if he can survive 13-hour Goon sessions, I don't think he's shattering that hand. Now imagine what a fucking, think about the Guild Wars 2 thing, right? The expectation matched the reality. Think about, do you think that the cinematic that they set up matched the reality of the gameplay? Okay, maybe I'm not being fair. Okay, fine. Garrisons were only 90% of the gameplay, right? Okay, let's look at a WoD dungeon. Here you go.
Wow.
Does any of what you're seeing here match the absolute insanity of how awesome
Freaking taking some hits.
the fucking story was that you got fed?
What the damage he's taken. Jesus.
And guess what? Going through all of this, you literally played the game so you could see a cinematic that didn't involve you in the fucking game. I played this game for 15 years of my life. Okay, it's boring content. Let's go to when they're fighting a boss.
No. Don't die, tank.
Do you think you got any story that was anywhere close to what you would have experienced? Jimmy, hold on. I gotta open Kick on this PC so I can get that link. Do you think you got any level of story that came close in-game, not in a cinematic, in-game, to what was happening? In WoD. And you know what the fucked up part is? Everyone bitched about Warlords of Draenor. And you know what the saddest part about it is? When Warlords of Draenor was over, and we moved on to a new expansion, you know what everyone started saying?
Owie.
When the next expansion came out,
started
saying?
Owie.
When the next expansion came out, started saying? Mute that. You know what everyone started saying? Man, I miss Warlords of Draenor. Warlords of Draenor was so good. Man, we didn't appreciate it at the time. Warlords of Draenor was so good. But people are looking at it with rose-tinted glasses. They don't realize that what they missed was the storytelling that they got out of the expansion, out of the cinematics, and not the actual game itself. Because they, like, you know how, like, if you break up with someone you were dating for a while, you've got to, like, catch yourself, like, a year later, because you'll start thinking, damn, why did we break up? Because what your brain's done is, it's generally speaking, filtered out a bunch of the bad stuff, and you're just thinking about all the good shit. That's happening to every single WoW player all the time. They just remember the good shit from the previous expansions, and they cope their way out of realizing what the fuck they're dealing with. They just keep eating the shit, hoping eventually they're going to get a cute little donut somewhere. Thanks for the follow, Hersal. I shit you not. That is every WoW expansion. Now, to be fair, there was a WoW expansion that did a really, really good job at trying to match the gameplay with the cinematics, and that was Legion. But by that point in time, they had fucked things up so bad that they couldn't keep the pacing that they tried with Legion. They took their foot off the gas, and guess what? Guess what? One expansion later, they went back to the WoD formula. They went right back to doing what Warlords of Draenor did. Look how good this cinematic is, and how little it actually has to do with the fucking gameplay. I need to make this clear. Look how good this is. Look how good their storyboarding team is. And then when they're done with this, they like roll up their storyboarding team, wipe their ass with it, slam dunk it into a fucking trash can, and then make a dog shit game to follow the best cinematics you've ever seen.
Upon the ocean breeze as he sank beneath the tide. Oh, daughter of the sea.
Fucking chills. The song still gives me chills to this day of how good this was. It literally still, to this day, makes me emotional. For those who don't have context, of why the cinematic is so important. Jaina Proudmoore is a character who has been in the game since Warcraft 3. And if you play through Warcraft 3, that whole song is about what happens in Warcraft 3. She was one of my favorite characters. She was incredible as a character. The whole story is that she turns against her father because her father wants to kill all the fucking orcs and sees them as monsters. Jaina spends her entire life in Warcraft 3 trying to come to peace with the orcs, to the point that she stands aside while her allies murder her father in hopes of a better future. And now that she's older, now that she's more experienced, everything she worked for has fallen apart. And from the human perspective in this game, the orcs prove to be the vicious savages and the disgusting animals that her father told her they were. The orcs literally nuked her entire city. Literally nuclear holocausted every single person she loved and cared about. And now she has to return to her homeland, knowing that every single one of her people fucking despised the shit out of her because she stood aside and did nothing while they butchered her father. The man who basically built her family's entire empire on his back. A man who was loved by his people. A man who was an objectively good king to every single human being underneath him. And they were a seafaring people. And between Warcraft 3 and every previous expansion, it goes from peace with the orcs, to the orcs becoming worse, to going back to war, to then Garrosh takes over, commits a nuclear holocaust using magical bombs, right? Destroying everything she worked for. And her entire story comes to the point of, I'm sorry, Dad, you were right all along. To the point that she's so filled with fucking rage. She is bringing long dead ships back up from the bottom of the ocean because she's about to go on the fucking most vicious genocide of every single fucking orc she ever sees from now on. Thanks for the follow me, ProYun. That's her story arc. Her entire life. Thank you. I'm glad to be on Kick. I'm actually really excited to see how Kick works, right? It's such a good story arc. It's so fucking incredible, right? And yes, Khaldun, I'm now on Kick as well. Look at her, filled with regret.
I'm listening now. Father.
Do you hear that line? Do you hear that? Thanks for the follow, Badger Seed and Khaldun. Honestly, use whichever platform you like the most. That still makes me emotional to this day. To this fucking day. That's how much I love this character.
I heard across a moonlit sea the old voice warning me, beware, beware.
I'll line the song up as well.
The daughter of the sea, beware, beware of me.
How fucking good is that? If you've never played World of Warcraft, you don't know the story, you've never done that, think how good the fucking world building is. How incredible that is. How beyond amazing their story writing team must have been to come to this kind of cinematic. To end on the line of Jaina spending her entire life working towards peace, only to come to the conclusion that her father already knew that peace was impossible. And her words are, "I'm listening now, Father." Now, I want you to take a look at the gameplay of Battle for Azeroth. By comparison. Okay? Here, I'll pull it up for you. BFA. I'm trying to find someone who's done this properly. Yeah.
Hello everyone,
This is the
and
gameplay.
welcome back. With Battle for Azeroth coming very soon in 3 months, one of the key components of this expansion is going to be Azerite.
The entire fucking expansion of Battle for Azeroth was you giving a shit about this one piece of gear and leveling it up. That's all you gave a shit about, was the fucking amulet. What you would do is you would go into the game, you would double click on the fucking amulet, it would open a menu, and it'd be like, okay, do you want your character to have this ability, or this ability, or this ability, or this one, or this one? Oh, okay, you chose this. You invested hundreds of thousands of Azerite power into this. Well, guess what? This is patch 1.1, and now it's patch 1.2, and we took this thing that everyone liked, and we took a shit on it. You should have invested in this over here that was worthless last patch. The entire fucking expansion was you doing busy work and daily quests, not seeing any of the story go down, not seeing any of this shit happen, and leveling up a fucking amulet. You barely saw any story that was related to the amazing cinematic you saw. The best way I can think to describe this is, I don't know if you've ever seen those guys at a bar who talk mad shit. Fucking insane shit. They'll like go up to a girl they don't know and they're talking about how big their fucking cock is, and they're talking about how they're gonna blow this woman's mind and how they can fight everyone in this bar and win. I don't show off how strong I am because you just scare all the other. And then they take that guy home and he comes in his pants on the car ride home and then runs away because he's too embarrassed to explain what happened. That's exactly how Blizzard worked. Now, I want you to understand all of that, right? How good that was. And I want you to look at this man right here.
You know what isn't in there, actually?
I want you to listen to this man.
Okay? If you want to be a dick rider and you really want to still want to try and simp for that fucking company, you're still on that train. You are still on it. I can't believe it. I literally cannot fathom how fucking dumb, blind, fucking... I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe the WoW community. I can't do it, dude. You guys are actually fucking idiots, dude. It's like if I can't believe it, dude. I just I can't stand
Look at him.
I can't stand the game. I can't stand the people who play it.
Look at this man,
I can't stand the
breakdown.
content creators who are still simping for it because they're fucking all of their money depends on it. So they stand around and pretend like they're not talking shit about other games to disguise the fact that they're terrified. Because it's the only way that they have to cope. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of the WoW community. I'm fucking sick of that shit company. I'm fucking sick of that shit game. I'm sick of putting so much of my time, energy, and
He
love
does still play
into
though,
that
Rabble.
fucking
'Cause he's suckered.
universe to have it all crumble around me because perverted mid-30-year-old and 40-year-old men can't keep their fucking hands to themselves. And it's why the game sucks too. The sad truth is that if these fucking people didn't have such terrible such a terrible work morale and culture, that the game wouldn't suck. Maybe I wouldn't have to talk shit about level 60 boosts, and maybe I wouldn't have to talk shit about the disgusting monetization and broken promises of things like Reforged, of things like classic fucking
Now this crash out makes a lot more sense all of a sudden, doesn't it? All of a sudden, he doesn't look like such a fucking crazy person, does he? And this happened during Shadowlands, which was expansions way later. So he's been putting up with this shit at this point for years. And he's still gone back to WoW. Ravel's right, he's still gone back to WoW. Does he seem like a crazy person now? Does him losing his fucking mind seem that crazy right now? So here's the thing. Here's my entire point behind me showing you this, right? And why I've been so impressed with Guild Wars 2. World of Warcraft sets your expectations up here. And the majority of the time, their delivery and gameplay is down here. Do you know where the good story and lore is in World of Warcraft? It's in the cinematics, and it's when you read the books. Now, granted, Legion was probably over here, right? Wrath of the Lich King was probably over here. TBC was over here. WoD, MOP, BFA. Fuck, I don't even know what expansion they're on now. Now, Mist of Pandaria was a weird one because it did have really good gameplay. Or at least so I'm told. But I don't know if that's cope because I never played it myself. Guild Wars 2 by comparison. Me looking at this from my perspective as a 15-year WoW veteran who got out of that fucking game. Guild Wars 2 sets the expansion here. I mean the expectation here. So not the highest. Not way up here. And when they deliver, it's generally speaking been within the range of here or here. It's been 15% up or 15% down from the expectation that they give. That's my perspective on it. That's why I've been so fucking impressed with Guild Wars 2. To be fair, Shadowlands was just a whole Yas Banshee Queen. Exactly, they turned her into a retard. They turned Sylvanas, one of their best characters, into an absolute retard. And I'm going to keep making this point. And someone said it earlier, watch the Ashara cinematic. We'll go through that one as well as we continue to go through this, so you can keep drawing comparisons between Guild Wars 2 and WoW. Had Bobby Stein writer in my chat before, played the Awesomeness web dev and happened upon Essence of Luck. Okay, you're going on a tangent there. Guild Wars 2 was for a long time very solid with what they said and what we got, but dropped the ball really hard with IBS, and I kind of later. Well, maybe they did, but I'm not there yet. I'm comparing this to what I'm seeing as the build-up to Heart of Thorns. I can only go from my perspective because I'm not a Guild Wars 2 veteran. I still have yet to play Heart of Thorns, but based on the cinematics I saw all the way through Living World Season 1 and 2, and the absolute little devilish sex goblin that Scarlet was, the gameplay matches the expectation of the cinematics we saw. The biggest letdown I have seen so far and experienced so far was the Zaitan fight in the core gameplay. And the worst part about the core gameplay experience of Guild Wars 2 was this. Most of it felt like shit, and then it started to get better and better and better and better, and it's had this build up, and things started mattering, and then the Zaitan fight is somewhere down here on the fucking floor. If you want to be mind-fucked about marketing, check the channel. No, this was gameplay preview, so people couldn't try it yet, and look at the views of the video. Okay, let's see. What the hell is this?
Hey, Griffin McElroy.
Hail, Sheffield,
this is part of it, so
Helmet.
I'm happy to go through this because it's part of Heart of Thorns.
Sire.
Okay, it's Polygon, so I immediately distrust anything they have to say.
Event nearby. Should we go check that out?
Is the event going to accentuate and increase our friendship?
Probably.
Then I say let's go for it. Is there a helicopter overhead? What's going on?
Yeah. So this is Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. It's the upcoming expansion, the very first expansion for Guild Wars 2. This week they had a brief closed beta.
Wait, he said not to watch it. Hold on. Check the channel. Know that this was a gameplay preview, so people couldn't try it yet. And look at the views of the video. Fuck. Ooh. Ooh. Well, it's Polygon, so what did you expect? No one should trust Polygon. Polygon deserves to die. Sorry, games journalists suck dick. No one should ever listen to a games journalist in their life. Games journalist articles and any gameplay that they do is for pure entertainment purposes because it's fucking entertaining watching them not be able to make it through a Cuphead tutorial. But does this man not make a lot more sense now with that context that I've just given you? Over 10 years, that never even got picked up in the algorithm. Oh yeah, people did not give a shit. 23 likes and 2 dislikes. I did see that. No one gave a shit. By the way, Revenant makes staff a melee weapon and hammer a ranged weapon. You know what? I think at some point I'm going to level up a Revenant on my main account. Here's the Wildstar cinematic. I haven't taken a look at a lot of Wildstar cinematics. So, you know what? We'll take a look at that. So we've got a comparator to see what the expectation was like. I didn't watch the Wildstar cinematics, but I played the game. I think Wildstar was ahead of its time, but it had too many fucking problems. This is not the Wildstar cinematic. Oh, you linked 2. That's why. Okay, we've already seen an Elder Scrolls one, so I'm not going through that again. We've already seen how much of a bait and switch ESO does. ESO does incredible fucking trailers that are action-packed and cinematic. WoW does lore-filled trailers that are amazing.
Hello there.
It appears that it has fallen to me to tell you about the Dominion. And as your luck would have it, I am by far the most qualified individual to do so. Shall we begin?
Look at that. Does that not tell you exactly what to expect from in-game graphics? Is that not better than getting hyped up over a cinematic that makes no fucking sense for the game itself?
About 1,600 years ago, the humans of planet Cassus were chosen by the Elden to establish a star-spanning empire. And since that time, through intimidation, political intrigue, and a score of impressive military conquests, the Dominion now exists as a shining example of strength and leadership for the rest of the pathetic vermin that infest the galaxy. Enough history. To the heroes of the Empire!
So this is what's impressive about this trailer, just right off the bat when it comes to Wildstar, is it tells you not just about the artistic style of the in-game graphics, but it's telling you the theming. The punchy little, don't take this too seriously kind of quippy humor that you're going to expect. That's not quite Marvel-esque enough to be cringy, but they tell you what they're aiming for with the way the cinematic is built. Guild Wars 2 matches its theming, its behavioral status between the cinematics and the game match what you expect. World of Warcraft makes you think everything was going to be fucking incredible, and you get into the game and it's nothing like what you expect.
The Dragon. Savage warriors. Fearless on the field of battle. Not exactly the most refined chaps, but I wouldn't say that to their face. Mechari. Advanced robots engineered by the Elden themselves. Deadly assassins and super agents. A sense of humor, a bit lacking, I'm afraid. And not going to talk about this one. Lastly, there are the Cassians, my people, without whose continued courageousness, ambition, and stalwart leadership, the Dominion would undoubtedly crumble.
Okay, so she's got dick neck. Thanks for the follow, Priest Cloud. But can you see how this has got that punchy, cartoony style, and then they're not trying to be the super serious, lore-involved kind of thing, right? What you see in the game, and I played this game, yes, Ratchet & Clank's actually a perfect example of what you'd expect to feel out of this game. A punchy, comedic kind of game that might have a few serious moments every now and then. You don't get that out of the World of Warcraft cinematics versus the gameplay. There's no through line between the two.
I suppose I would be remiss if I did not mention the ongoing conflict with the so-called exiles on planet Nexus. And not to say that this ragtag alliance of refugees, rebels, and mercenaries poses any real threat. They just need a healthy dose of Dominion galactic diplomacy. Have I made myself clear? Good. I certainly hope so. Can someone get me a drink? Something expensive.
Do you see how good that was? How now I played Wildstar while I was still alive. It did have bugs. I think it flew too close to the sun. They tried so many new things that they kind of burned themselves. But the cinematic you just saw there tells you exactly what the game is. Right? So let's continue with the through line of Guild Wars 2 from this perspective of now understanding where I'm coming from versus what I'm seeing in Guild Wars 2 and why I think that Guild Wars 2 is actually, it's got a better through line and a better longevity than we see out of WoW. To be honest, this looks fire. Can we get it back somehow? As far as I'm aware, there are private servers for Wildstar, but the thing is, because it failed as a game, it doesn't have the community behind it for the development that it deserved at the time to make it into a game that should have been like Guild Wars 2. Have you seen Helldivers 2 cinematic trailers? Yes, I have. Right, let's continue, though, with Guild Wars 2. Now we're getting off track. That Wildstar... Dude, where is it? I've got it somewhere here in my Discord. There's an... Here we go. Oh, no, that's Wizardia. God, I'm in too many Discords. I need to leave some of this bullshit. Where was it? Here we go. There's an entire fucking thing, an entire Discord of people working on getting Wildstar back up and running. There are entire Discords of people trying to piece that game back together. Now let's continue with where we were. Keeping all of that in mind, and why I say that I'm very impressed with the fact that the cinematics in Guild Wars 2 match the gameplay. And you're right, I haven't even finished the cinematic. But what's going to happen now is I'm going to play this and it's just going to go to the ad screen. Watch. Oh shit, no. No, we did watch this. We did. I just dialed it back. No, I went through the whole thing. So, maps with a purpose. Living World set the stage for Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns in more ways than one. While the story that played out over the course of seasons 1 and 2 set up the awakening of Mordramoth, who's canonically the only black dragon in the game because he doesn't pay child support, he's just a gigantic dick, mom is at home raising all the children alone, he's still out in the jungle searching for new ports. He is the most hood-coded dragon that Guild Wars 2 has, by the way. And the story and the expansion will tell the types of maps we added and the stories we told within them have also brought us to where we are with the Heart of Maguma and the kind of experience the deep jungle will deliver. The lava-encased remains of the ancient Karka are literal monument to the sheer scale of Guild Wars 2. They've got this right. This, you would think if you never played this game, is like them sucking themselves off. But if you see the scale of the game, even from just the base game, they do a very good job at expressing the scale of their world. They do a really good job of that. And I'm really, really glad that I didn't go out of my way to fuck that up for myself by getting a flying mount, because it's taught me exactly how big the world is. The Lost Shores event was an epic writing of Guild Wars 2 history, a massive invasion where players and developers simultaneously forged a new play space. We're not without regret, however. Okay, I just read that wrong. That we can't storm those shores again. You can only experience it once, and then it's gone. The ever-looming threat of the sandstorm in Dry Top is more representative of the dynamic shifting nature of Guild Wars 2. So they understand people love the dynamic elements of the game, double down on it. It's not only for its destruction, but also for its progress. During the sandstorm, the whole of the map enters a secondary phase. This phase affects the map in ways that make it unique from all other maps. Now, World of Warcraft tried to do this as well. But the problem is they didn't make the world dynamic. They just changed the old world that people loved. Where Cataclysm hit, Deathwing fucks the map up for like a week in a pre-event. I got killed in Tanaris on my hunter, got the achievement. And then when Deathwing was done with this shit, the maps changed forever. Fuck you, you can never go back to what the world was before. Fucking ruined the Barrens, by the way. In the deep jungles of Maguma, you'll run into similar stories of an even larger scale that occur in secondary phases. For example, the first map you'll enter in Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns, will tell the story of some of the survivors of the catastrophic Pact Fleet expedition. So everyone who is completely unimportant. So I don't care about any of those people. By the way, even with the split viewer base between YouTube and Twitch you are currently on too, I don't care about the viewer base, I just care that people enjoy the content, Mirando. Literally, viewer base doesn't mean as much as if people actually enjoy the content. So I've stopped looking at viewer numbers, I don't care. I just want people to have a good time. Be able to like reflect on things, maybe get a different perspective. Maybe they get mad at me and they feel different, and that's good too, because that means they've got their own strong opinions. Through the course of each day, the beleaguered pact of people we don't care about will try to build up defenses and secure their positions so they have a chance of surviving the night. Is that not incredible? It's not full dynamic world. I understand that. Because of the way that Guild Wars 2 and its engine functions as a base game. But that is such a fucking amazing idea. That every day they're trying to build themselves up to survive what the fuck's gonna happen to them. You don't care about air. She was an airship when it got tentacles. Look, I care about air. She's the only pact member I care about, as in I want to pact my dick into her ass. But aside from that, the pact doesn't mean as much as it should mean when it comes to the lore of the game. I'm a gigantic fucking lore nerd. And I've said this before, but I'm a huge fucking nerd for lore, right? And for the longest time in my life, I was so embarrassed about how much I cared about these stories. And now I no longer give a fuck. I love stories in video games. I think, yeah, you're right, I'm a lore slut. Use that, I'm a lore slut. I know so much about the Warhammer universe. Holy shit, it's ridiculous. I know so much about the Dune universe, the Mass Effect universe, the ESO universe, the fucking, I mean not ESO, the Elder Scrolls universe in general. I give a shit about the combination and the build-up of story and lore in MMOs. Guild Wars 2's biggest disappointment was that they didn't lean heavier into those story elements, and Living World Season 1 and 2 fixed that for me. I'm so fucking impressed with how they got their shit together after the Zaitan fight and started making memorable characters. I'm so impressed by that. Most of the characters of the base game, I barely remember their names. And to be honest, the only reason I now remember Kaith is because we did that flashback where she actually showed some skin. She showed some vegetable and it looked pretty fucking good. She needs to go back to dressing like that. Salad dressing like that. Okay, that dad joke. Never mind, ignore that. In the deep jungles of Maguma, you'll run into similar stories of an even larger scale that occur in secondary phases. For example, the first map you'll enter in Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns will tell the story of survivors. Okay, we've been through that. Build up defenses, secure their positions. The deadly second phases of the map when Mordrum come out in overwhelming numbers. So these are the plant kids who got to be named after dad, unlike us. In the Heart of Maguma, they are even bigger threats. And more epic battles waiting for you. You'll find the maps with greater replay value and depth of content than anything we've put into Guild Wars 2 before. God, that better be true. Oh, please, God, tell me that's true. Maps provide a unique experience and multiple layers of gameplay, rather than more traditional strategy of rapidly expanding landmass with limited content to fill it. Was that a shot at Blizzard? Was that a shot across the bow at Blizzard? Or was that just them saying, we're not going to do the stupidest fucking thing that every other MMO does? They walked into Blizzard's fucking house, slapped their mom, and left. Doing this deep dive is very anti-new player experience. We still have veteran players who can't fucking read the news. Look, I want to do this because this is the way I would have done it back in the day. If I had been lucky enough to play Guild Wars 2 instead of World of Warcraft, and I was going through this experience, this is exactly what I would do. Is be reading all this shit like a fucking nerd. So I'm doing it now. I'm loving this experience because I'll only get to do it once. I have a question. After the Heart of Thorns story, there will be a mail telling you about the raids, but nothing that forces you to do that content. Will you do that content in order, or will you skip it to focus on Season 3? I'll probably do a few raids if the game is now indicating to me that I should do raids, especially if they're using the mail system. Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns will focus less on total landmass in the expansion and will instead focus on the depth of content. Oh my god, it's like these people have developed a video game before. Within that gameplay space, each map will be rich in content, rich in 3D play space, and very deep in replay value to ultimately provide more gameplay value to our players and not leave an empty wasteland of rarely played content behind. Outposts. One of the new ways we're enhancing the replay value is through our new outpost system, which changes how we structure events in the world. Nearly all of the dynamic events throughout Guild Wars 2 are tied to at least a small portion of local characters and lore. This better be fucking true. This better not be a throwaway like Shaniqua's sister that became a ninja sword for the Asian character. As a side note, I would have loved to be in the Guild Wars 2 dev meeting when they came up with the idea that they were gonna give Marjorie a katana with a soul of her sister in it. I just trying to imagine how that meeting went down. Like, all right, guys, we need ideas. How do we make Living World memorable? Sir? What if we took the one Ching Chong character and gave her a katana? What if we put a soul in it? And also, we made her racist against Sylvari. And I'm just imagining his boss being like, you're going to be my successor for the next Guild Wars 2 expansion, okay? When I retire, you're taking my job. That's amazing. Reaction to legendary gear, weapons, armor when? I don't know. I'll figure that out along the way. 100% true, though. That's what we're talking about. The story is told with the meta. That's the way story is supposed to be told. If you skip meta events, you skip story bits. I don't want to do that. So the biggest regret I have going through the core gameplay experience is not doing more of the base game dungeons, because the game told me I didn't have to do them. But what the fucked up part is, there's really good pieces of story in the dungeons. You still need the mats from events legendaries. That's fine. Marjorie is a self-insert of a real person, and he 100% came up with the soul katana. You're probably right. You know what, Dogrock? I bet it was a man who came up with that guy, with Marjorie. I don't think it's a self-insert. I think he came up with, like, Marjorie was a character he wrote as a fan fiction in high school of a girl he really wanted to fuck, and the only self-inserting he wanted to do was himself inside of her. I'm willing to bet it's a dude. It's definitely a dude who wrote that. I'd be shocked if Marjorie and her story arc was written by a woman. I would be stunned by that. Women tend to be much more meticulous with their stories and tend to get much more in-depth emotional kind of stuff. So I'd be shocked with that, because it's like, the fact that she's got a sister named Belinda is so fucking contrived, because Belinda's there for like 2 quests and then she's dead and we're supposed to give a shit. That was the most contrived part about the Living World seasons. As you complete one story dynamic event, you will find yourself facing other dynamic events that continue the story in the area you're in. Chained together dynamic events. Good idea. You'll see enemies driven back, defeated foes summoning stronger champions to challenge you, and allies you previously rescued now going on the offensive. There are many possible interactions on a number of scales. If you don't know what you're looking for, though, it can be easy to miss these stories playing out across each map. I'm going to have to apologize to all of you. Because what I'm seeing here tells me that I'm not going to be able to focus on just playing the story. That I'm going to get distracted a lot. That I'm going to get pulled off of task every 5 fucking minutes. Because I'm just going to want to see what happens in certain dynamic events. If you came here expecting me when I start playing Heart of Thorns, if you came here to expecting me to stay on a one-track mind, I'm sorry. Guild Wars 2 base game already fucked me up. It already fucked up my ADHD and I was all over the place finding waypoints and shit. It's gonna happen again. The one exception of that is I will avoid all jumping puzzles. Because fuck jumping puzzles. Satan invented those to distract us from real life. There are many possible interactions on a number of scales. If you don't know what you're looking for, though, it can be easy to miss these stories playing out across each map. When you first venture into the jungle, you'll find that events in the area are tied to what's happening in a specific site. These locations are our new content outposts, which we're using to bring individual events together into a larger, more comprehensive experience. Outposts are content structures that broadly explain and contextualize the consequences of localized groups of dynamic events. If you've been to the Silver Wastes, isn't that everyone? Wouldn't everyone at this point in time after the Living World seasons have been to the Silver Wastes? Who wouldn't have gone to the Silver Wastes at that point? You must the easy early jumping puzzles. None of the jumping puzzles are easy. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Easy to get distracted in Heart of Thorns, especially when you spend a lot of time wondering how to get where you're supposed to go. This is where Ainate brought events in an art form. People with no money. Everyone and their mother was sick of Silver Wastes because we farmed and overfarmed it. I can imagine by the time Heart of Thorns released, people must have been exhausted with this region. I can see that, like, from the perspective of someone who knows how MMOs behave before the next expansion releases, everyone gets tired and burned out as fuck. And usually what starts happening is that's when the player base starts dropping off, because there's just nothing new to do. And they're just so tired and burned out from seeing the same thing. You've seen a forerunner of this concept at each tower. In the Silver Wastes, each tower helps the Pact prepare for its assault, and your success and failures at each tower affect the sort of events you'll see around you. In the Heart of Maguma, you'll have a similar experience with outposts, which are always vital to prepping for secondary phase of each map. They may even continue to play an important role during that time. I've got to read that again. You'll have a similar experience with outposts, which are always vital to preparing for secondary phase of... Okay, so the maps work in phases. And it's kind of like a build up and let go system, from what I'm reading here. And some outposts seem to matter. Hashtag outpost lives matter. Someone put that on a shirt and sell it. Living World Season 2 was a slog nowadays. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think Living World Season 2 is as good as Living World Season 1. But it's not bad. Sounds to me like we'll really want to do Verdant Brink meta just to see what it's like. Probably. Try to grind out the legend talisman. If I'm doing grinding, I'm going to be really fucking mad. Let's see, where was I? I lost my place here.
When you come across one of these outposts, you'll find a story playing out with the NPCs in events nearby. As you complete that outpost event, NPCs will be able to construct defenses, offer new services, assist you on adventures, and ultimately join in the fight. Fuck me. There we go. Let me just... Now I can see what the fuck's going on. Reading fucking tiny text. And then I'll scroll back out so I can see what the fuck's going on. NPCs construct defenses, offer new services, assist you on adventures, and ultimately join the fight against Mordremoth. One of the first groups you'll encounter in Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns is the survivors from the Pact Fleet, devastated by Black Dragon's overwhelming power and fearful of the Sylvari who answered its call. There's little hope they can survive alone in the harsh jungle. Amidst the chaos, a Pact officer named Loranthia gathers the remnants. He or she better be hot as fuck. This better be one of those hot people. This better not be like Traherne. This better not be no Braham. Loranthia better be hot. Dude or woman, I don't care. Better be an attractive character. Gathers the remnants of the Pale Reavers, elite Sylvari soldiers that struggle to maintain a foothold in the jungle and overcome the survivors' suspicions of him and... Okay, so Black Dragon Dad Mordremoth didn't just abandon us, he abandoned other plant people as well. Laurentius from the base game. I don't even remember him. I literally don't even remember him. That's how little of a role he must have played in the base game. Make sure you do the whole overarching meta event for Heart of Thorns at least once. No, I'm gonna be all over the fucking place. I feel like this is gonna take me months to get through. The first steps are to clear out enough space for the Pact forces to breathe and to organize survivors. From there, you'll need to work quickly to capture territory and shore up defenses, driving into ancient ruins to force back the enemy horde. Securing the high ground is key because it allows the Pale Reavers to provide fire support during the second phase of the map, Nightfall. So they've tied the dynamic kind of events into like the night and day cycle, if I've got that right. Or maybe it's Nightfall only occurs once certain events have been completed. Now you're seeing why Heart of Thorns Living World Season 3 should be its own video. Potentially, Heart of Thorns might be too big of a game to cover in one single video. By far. It might be that I need to do like a small video on Living World Season 1 and 2 and then do Heart of Thorns entirely separately. Man, I gotta start making fucking notes for Living World Season 1 and 2, to be honest. First steps are to clear out space, blah blah blah. From there, work quickly, capture the territory. Pale Reavers provide fire support. Most dangerous of all are his twisted Mordrim wyverns that rule the skies and ravage the remnants of the fallen fleet. You must fight for every inch during the day at this outpost because the further you push forward with Loranthia and the Pale Reavers, the more chances you'll have to bring one of these terrifying beasts down. As an outpost grows, events change and become even more numerous. Well, so the outpost itself changes. It's not like it's built up and then knocked down and then it's the same cycle. This makes it sound like there's more than 2 steps to this. I hope that's true. The outpost may progress through several levels of strength. Okay, good. Unlocking new rewards and more opportunities to explore and play. What's that picture? Okay, that just looks like we're inside Mom again, inside the Pale Tree. By their nature, dynamic events are not always available and occasionally have some downtime. Guild Wars 2 has many content opportunities and challenges beyond events. So this is probably good. because this is going to avoid the dog with the mailman problem, right? Where the dog loves chasing the mailman. But if he does get a hold of the mailman, he has no fucking idea what to do with it. If there's too much to do, it'll lead to analysis paralysis. So if like one event is down, then at least you can fuck off somewhere else and experience something else. And it kind of guides you. The outpost isn't a specific place, it's more like a questline, and completing more of it unlocks more rally points in the nighttime meta. Okay, that's even better than what I was thinking. I was thinking that they were just like structures that you were building that were static, and they like build up and get knocked down. But that sounds better the way you put it. Adventures are mini self-contained challenges and events. That's great. That'll actually teach me to play the game then, Super Sploof. Adventures are the next level of repeatable on-demand content challenges in the open world. While events remain the core experience within the open world, players will also unlock adventures as they make progress at an outpost. What the fuck are adventures? So these are kind of like your daily quests, I would assume, that unlock as the outpost changes. Nearly an activity minigame or challenge you can imagine in Guild Wars 2 could be an adventure. The key difference is that adventures have their own UI, much like events, and offer some amount of active challenge. Is this like in the base game where there's that one quest that one of the Hylek offers you where you can turn into a crab and fight other crabs? Is that what they mean by their own UI? Adventures are like races, except they're not races. Don't tell me that. They're racist, but not racist at the same time? Okay, never mind. Fuck adventures. Never mind. Okay, so we're not doing adventures. Oh, wait. No. Rather than completing a jumping puzzle, thank God, an adventure may challenge you to complete that puzzle in a certain amount of time. Okay, I'm back on the fuck adventures train. Unlike events, however, individual performance is tracked and measured. It's a challenge for you to overcome. Your performance in adventures will be scored. I'm not in school anymore, so I have no interest. And you'll be able to see and test yourself against the scores of your friends and guildmates. Look, I don't need to know that I'm walking around with a 1-inch dick and everyone else has got a 3-inch dick. I don't need to know that. Also, thanks for the sub, Rufus. Thanks for making my taxes more difficult. I don't know why you'd give money to this mentally ill place, but thank you. I appreciate it. Because adventures take place in the open world, you'll see other players working to overcome the same challenges as you, and in many cases, you'll be able to work... No. This is unappealing to me. I know how retarded I am. I don't need the game to reinforce how fucking stupid I am on a daily basis. I don't need to sit here and have the game remind me every day of my life just how dumb I am. I don't need that. I don't need to re-experience school. Thank you very much. Your performance in adventures will be scored, blah, blah, blah. Okay, because adventures take place in the open world, you will see other players working to overcome the same challenges as you, and in many cases, you'll feel like shit as they beat the shit out of you. Adventures are reimagining of the concept of permanent content that you can challenge yourself with and enjoy as you move through the world that's been around since launch. Okay, so what this is their attempt at making repeatable content so that people have more of a reason to stick around in the game. I just noticed something. Rose looks like the racist version of queso. How dare you? How dare you? Listen, I'm fat. Okay, Danny, I'm fat. But I'm not that fat yet, okay? I'm glad you didn't sugarcoat it, because I'd eat that too. But, goddamn, dude. You know what? You're probably not wrong. I'm seeing it now. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Adventures give mastery, so he's gonna have to do at least a couple of it. Fuck. I'm gonna be forced to do adventures. I don't like this. This is non-consensual. I'm saying no, but the game is raping me because I need mastery points. You know what I need? I need like a 1600s American slave cosplay whenever I'm doing adventures, so that I can make the point of it saying I understand how the US slaves felt back in the day. So that there can be some kind of, you know, connection. So we can bridge the divide. As a result, you may see some activities you heard about before the launch of Guild Wars 2 make an appearance as adventurers. The challenge of an adventure should be in playing it, not tracking it down. So adventures are displayed on the world map. That's even worse, so it can tell me all the places I can look like shit at. Impressive. Very well played. You'll also be able to tell if you have yet to claim its rewards. Many adventures are unlocked as part of aiding an out... it's tied into the outposts, and they sounded so cool. Fuck it. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do the adventures. Fine. As long as it's not a jumping puzzle with a timer, that's fine. That's fine. If you find an adventure that is not yet available, you'll be provided with an explanation of exactly how to access it. Challenging content. One of our focuses in Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns is to provide truly challenging content. That's something that was missing from the base game. I hope this means that it's actually challenging and not like they just made a character into a damage sponge, or they made something that just feels really fucking stupid for our players to overcome. Within the jungle, you'll encounter entirely new species, creatures, and bosses that are more advanced than the encounters we've introduced in the past. These encounters will require greater skill and tactics to overcome. I like that idea, because that means that the game's going to teach me how to play my character now. Whether you're adventuring through our jungle on your own or with a party. Not only are we presenting these new challenges throughout the outpost and adventures you'll find in the jungle, but they'll also be layered across the other types of content experiences. As we get closer to the release of the game, we'll come back and give specific details on new types of challenging group encounters. We'll be introducing Guild Wars 2 and explain how these types of new challenges work within the Guild Wars 2 content experience. Adventures and outposts lay the foundation for exploration and confrontation in open world of Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. So these are their two primary gameplay mechanics that they're adding into the game. Those are the two most important things. You know, the little go-kart adventure in TD, I wish ANET did more with that. I wish, Sasha, you want to hear something disgusting that I wish? I want Guild Wars 2 to have a big enough pair of balls to make an entire underwater expansion and revisit the underwater combat and make it good, because it's got so much fucking potential. Just a whole fucking expansion. And the best part about that would be that they could make your progression tied to your character's mobility. Because, you know, you've got like vertical and horizontal and all of that shit. You could then make it so that as you progress, you get different underwater abilities like swimming faster. The dodge button all of a sudden works in a specific way. That's my fantasy. That's what I jerk off to before I go to bed at night. They did Wave of Shadow. That's the meme thing, isn't it? That's the absolute meme shit. I've got that open. I'll take a look at that now. Check back tomorrow to learn how to tie. But what if I can't wait until tomorrow? I can imagine how mad people were at that. To learn how these tie into reimagined progression systems and masteries. Okay, and then this should be real. This shouldn't be a joke. This should be real. This should be a real, legitimate expansion that they should think about. They have set up so much fucking lore for things happening underwater. They've got the blue underwater Arabic people with the really, really nice titties and hips. Come on. It's right there. It's right there. Look! They know what they're doing. These sick pieces of shit know what they're doing. This is not a joke. This is disgusting. God, they made those underwater bitches so hot. And look, you can't even click to play it. These motherfuckers. They made it look like a video and you can't even click to play it. Oh. Set sail for adventure. Embark on an epic voyage to the depths of the unending ocean in search of the last elder dragon threat. Explore the long-forgotten island chains, trek deep into the heart of the ancient ruins, and navigate the perilous waves of the ocean. Experience the story through the eyes of a new playable race. This is just sick. You told me this was a joke. This is like I'm watching a fucking animal torture video. That's not a joke. This is disgusting. It'll be like playing a demon hunter. Honest to God, this is what we should have gotten. This would have forgiven champions over this. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. This, instead they gave us a Ching Chong Dragon. Please tell me Marjorie kills the Ching Chong Dragon, Cassius. And then as she stabs her sister into the dragon, she goes, oh, and turns into like a 500-year-old ancient master. With like the beard, with the mustache and shit. That'll be perfect. Experience this. Oh my god. Look at these fucking bastards. Unmask the Lagos. Take control of the mysterious Lagos, learn about their shadowy past, as well as their fuck these dudes. Fuck these people. This looks so real. Elite specializations. Weather the storm with new elite specializations for your Imagine underwater elite specializations. Also, holy shit, Cassius, thank you for the subs. Stop giving me your fucking money. It's just giving me bad ideas. I'm gonna be irresponsible with it. You should spend your fucking money on yourself. God damn it, it gives me such anxiety. Also, thanks for the follow. You're not alone. God damn it. Thank you, Cassius. Can you imagine? This is demonic. I bet the same guy who thought this joke was funny was the same fucking guy who keeps making the worst jumping puzzles in the game. Also, thanks for the follow, Mastro. I fucking bet it's the same guy. There's someone in this Guild Wars 2 office, in the ArenaNet office, who keeps shitting in everyone's morning cornflakes. There's someone in the office in ArenaNet who hasn't been caught yet, who keeps, like, he'll go to the bathroom and he'll pull an upper decker and ruin everyone else's day. And I don't know if you guys know what an upper decker is, but it's when you take the lid off the top tank and take a shit in there, and then you close it back up so that whenever whoever lives in that house, whoever's dealing with it next, flushes, and it's just continually brown all the time. It's the same guy. It's the same guy doing this. Dive into a vast ocean that is both tranquil and... This is disgusting. This is sick. I'm sorry, I'd rather watch an ISIS beheading video live on stream than this. Why is that a thing? You've never been to a party where someone's done an upper decker? I can tell you lived in a civilized society instead of Africa. I went to an all-boys school, okay? And I'm gonna tell you this now. When it's not good, there should be no such thing as an all-boys school, because girls keep guys in check. When guys are left to their own devices for too long, they just become animals. I know, I watched this happen my entire childhood. It's not good. I have so many sick, fucked up stories. Like we would go on school camps, and on school camps, I discovered what African goggles were. You may not know what African goggles are, but I do. And so does the rest of my school. Thank you for following, Alex. I appreciate it. If you're missing context, I'll tell you another story. We were on a school camp, and we were all split up into these groups. And because I went to a very religious school, this was like a religious retreat camp. So there was a guy who African goggles his one friend, right? That's when, like, you know, your friend's sleeping and he's sleeping back. So you stand over his head and you flop your balls into his eye sockets, right? Now you'd think that would be the end of it, but the guy didn't wake up. So that he took a picture of his balls in the guy's eye sockets. And it was like, I think it was the day after, might have been 2 days later. We were giving these, like, there were groups of 10, and we were given, like, a different religious leader, each to give us a presentation on PowerPoint. I don't know how he pulled it off. To this day, I don't know how he pulled it off. But when the religious leader that was part of that group, wasn't my group, went to a certain slide, instead of it being, because we were doing the Stations of the Cross, right? So they went through all the Stations of the Cross in a PowerPoint slide, and as it was supposed to get to the slide where Jesus was getting nailed to the cross, instead it was a guy in my school with balls in his eye sockets. The amount of threats leveled at us from the teachers after that day. Like, they were saying, like, they were gonna get sniffer dogs in to identify whose balls were in this kid's eyes. That they were able to ID people by their nutsacks. Like, every threat under the sun was leveled at us to try and get whoever did it to admit to what they had done. And they never found them. And that is one of many stories that came out of my school. There was a guy who took a full-blown dump in another kid's school bag. There was in the middle of a field, right? There was another story, and like I've told you the stories about the ball water and the guy's sister who drank it. I've told you the stories about how some of them like snuck vodka onto a fucking tour bus for the sports they were doing, got pissed drunk, and started pissing out the window at cars on highways. All boys' schools are not good places. Boys need to have girls in schools because it civilizes them. I speak from experience. I have an infinite amount of stories about what fucking animals everyone was. Ranging from literal terrorism all the way down to just gross shit. And now I know for certain that it's very likely that whoever made this site also went to an all-boys school, because this is the sickest fucking joke I've ever seen. Yeah, I doubt you cops even care. Cops do not care down here. They will... Oh, ring, ring, hello? Oh, someone took a shit in another kid's school bag? Sounds like not my problem. I'm trying not to get killed on the streets of my country. Is this a fan-made site? If this is a fan-made site, very well done. But I'm willing to bet that the same guy who made this fan-made site still works in the ArenaNet office. This is elaborate enough to make me believe. Oh my god, they even put a fucking price tag on it. An $80 expansion. They made it look so real. It's even got fucking pop-ups when you hover over shit. What happens when I click pre-order? At least he was nice enough to tell people, fuck you. Instead, imagine the ultimate April Fool's joke is he just actually leaves it up linked to a PayPal to see how much money he can collect from people. I'll never clean women's restrooms again. Actually, I think... no, yeah, but okay, women's bathrooms are always disgusting. That's because most women who are sane don't take shits in public. It's the crazy ones that go in there. Look at the background. What the fuck is that in the background? Is that a fucking dragon? At least they got the forehead on that Asura right. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing in the background, but that dragon actually looks kind of cool. I wish there was a thing. What do we do now? I don't know. What happens if I click here? Okay, and it takes you back here. This is disgusting. This is sickening. That's horrific. But okay, let's move on. This is actually good progression. This feels like Guild Wars... Okay, so... I've spoken about the track of video games before, right? World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 actually have a similar population climb. Right? So I know World of Warcraft numbers, and what happened with World of Warcraft numbers is they started the game, TBC released, fucking, what was it? Was it Wrath after TBC? Yeah, Wrath, Cataclysm, everything after that. Right? This here is the way an MMO is supposed to grow, where things get better over time and more people want to go through the experience. I'm willing to bet that if I saw the population charts of Guild Wars 2, the numbers started somewhere over here, and after Heart of Thorns, the numbers were somewhere over there. because this looks like a game that's developing its player base. That they're advancing on the formula of things that worked. Did we ever watch the gooning video I linked before? I don't know. Maybe we did or maybe we didn't. If it's going to pull me off track, I might not watch it. I'm suspect about any links you send to me. Now then, let's go back to what Sam had for us. What was his next link? That was the Heart of Maguma thing, right? Yeah. What did Sam in his manifesto have for us? A blog post about the mastery system. This was a brand new feature of the expansions and how they plan to do horizontal progression opposed to a gear treadmill. Reimagining the progression and the mastery system. As many of you now know, we're introducing an entirely new progression system within Guild Wars 2. Mastery is the key component of one of our primary goals within the first expansion. We want to introduce a new framework, endgame progression, and meaningful way for players to grow their character and experience. Through masteries, players who've reached level 80 will have the opportunity to continue the journey by acquiring powerful new abilities for their entire account. Okay, so this is something I've already experienced. Mastery points is something I've experienced. I want to link to the Goon video as a palate cleanser for that disgusting fake is bad. Yeah, I'll take a look at that after this. Masteries are the way we will progress. Okay, so I can't look at this like, oh wow, this is going to be amazing, because I've already experienced this. What I can do is look at how much of a follow-through that they have based on my very limited experience with what I've seen here so far. Masteries are the way you will progress after reaching level 80 in PvE. Quite different, traditional. What are masteries? Provide abilities and bonuses. That's true. Gaining experience in PvE. Masteries progress PvE by playing PvE content. Jesus, it's almost like you should progress in the thing you progress in. Traditional progression systems, masteries expand the world instead of earning small increases in base stats, which is meaningless numbers get bigger. Do you want to know why stat progression? Here, we can take this back to World of Warcraft again. Do you know why stat progression is such a fucking meme? It's such a joke. Stat progression. So, in World of Warcraft, every expansion came with more power. And so we experienced something called power creep. In the base game, you had this much power, and the bosses were this powerful. You grouped up enough people, you could take down the boss with 5 people. The expansion came out, and all of a sudden your power level was up here. And you could solo the boss by yourself as one person. So what they did was they boosted the power of the next set of bosses to be the same relationship where you needed 5 people. This happened ad infinitum with every single fucking expansion. And the problem with stat chasing like this is that what it means, what you're telling your players, is the only thing that matters is the very end game piece of content in the very last expansion, and everything else outside of that we've spent years and years building is completely irrelevant, and you should only care about this little thing over here. That's what World of Warcraft did over and over and over and over again. And it created this really weird fucking situation where they actually had to do a stat squish. They had to reduce the stats because the numbers were becoming fucking ridiculous. Bosses had billions of health points. You did one ability and you attacked, and the number you saw floating up from your combat text was like 500,000. And that was an opening ability. your auto attacks were like 127,000k. Like 127k. And so they had to dunk down. It got so bad that to not just dunk down these big fucking infinite numbers up here back to something more reasonable. But at some point, and I can't remember when this was, your characters were at a level 120, and they had to squish levels back down to 60. And then they had to retool every single other fucking piece of the game to try and deal with the fact that they now squished your level down in order to stat squish. And now all of the content that you made while leveling made no fucking sense whatsoever. And all you were doing the entire WoW gameplay was trying to get through this shit so you could play this little bit of content here at the very end. Of course, until, you know, the next expansion comes out and then you got to do it all over again. It was excruciating. It was fucking so bad. Masteries give you meaningful power that affect your interactions with the game and open up new possibilities as you progress. Each mastery track contains several tiers unlock, allowing you to gain more powerful abilities, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I know all of that. That's just telling you how it works. How do we get masteries? Play the game. Unlocked, your character's experience bar will change to become mastery training bar. So yeah, that's just, it's just a different variation on leveling. Mastery tracks spend mastery points. Because mastery training bar completely replaces experience bar, players 80 no longer gain levels but will instead train masteries. That's a good replacement progression system that makes you feel like you're still on the treadmill. And there he is. There's that motherfucker. What up, Adax? You just had to come in here, drop your pants and take a dump on this desk, huh? You motherfucker. I swear to God, you and Sniper Tigress are going to be the reason I'm actually able to pay for certain services. I want you to know that you and Sniper Tigress are solely responsible for the fact that I'm going to spend all this money getting functional Tangier back so that people can use it. I'm going to waste all your money on the dumbest shit imaginable to make you feel bad so that you stop doing this. Seriously though, thank you. Also because it turns out my tax burden's less if I waste the money rather than keep it. But don't tell the government that. Okay, that's gliding. Nice ass. Very nice. Looks good. I'm into that. How do I get masteries? Train masteries, level 80, Heart of Thorns. Unlocked your character's experience bar, blah, blah, blah. Bar track, progression, mastery track, see mastery, mastery points, change mastery, all current skills, click mastery, blah. Because mastery training bar replaces, okay. Skill points will be added as rewards across high level content, that's fine. Train specific mastery track, first unlock mastery points awarded. Things like, okay, so I know all of this stuff. None of this seems like they lied. I'm just skim reading through all of this. This seems like they kept on par with what they told you the mastery system was. Mastery track tied to region of Tyria. We've seen that in the Living World season. Unlocked with mastery points gained in that region can only be... Okay, this makes me think. Was Living World Season 1 and 2 released before Heart of Thorns? Or was it released adjacent to Heart of Thorns and you were expected to get through it? I give you the money because you improve your stream because I enjoy your... Well, I'm glad you enjoy the content, but yes. Yes, I will be wasting all of your money doing stupid shit like buying wheelchairs and being retarded. Yes, yes. Okay, so it was before. Get the TTS shit back online. Let us throw more money. I'm going to try... Okay, so I can make no promises about how Tangier runs their site. But if I can get everyone free TTS, I will. If they don't limit the account again to a limited number within 30 days, I will get the free TTS back for everyone. By paying for it through the money you've given me. 1 and 2 led into Heart of Thorns. Okay, so, wait. If you never bought Heart of Thorns, you had the core game of Guild Wars 2. Does that mean you could have experienced Living World Season 1 and 2? Why are even the paid TTS? Because I don't want people getting scammed by redeeming points and then not getting anything for their points, if that makes sense. So I had to dip the whole system out. Because there was no adjustment I could make where I just removed the free stuff. Living World was free on release. I would also suggest you do the Silver Waste meta before Heart of Thorns. Maybe I'll do that. I might do the Silver Waste meta purely because if I look at this, the way the game was released, people got to Silver Waste and they were waiting for the release of Heart of Thorns. So it would make sense to do that. I don't think anyone paid for Season 1 because it was part of the world. Living World Season 1 was FOMO. So that's genius. That's fucking genius. Give people free shit. The first crack rock is free. That's genius. Oh, by the way, we fucked up Zaitan. I'm sorry. Here's Living World Season 1 and 2. Fuck you. We can't do this. And then people were like, damn, now I have to buy the expansion. I have to know what happens next. That's brilliant. That's so fucking brilliant. That's genius. That's big brain. That's thinking long term. I don't know if anyone's seen how Arabs do business, right? But Arabs have got this right. I've seen companies interact with like Arab businessmen. And what Arab businessmen will do is they will treat you like fucking royalty when you first meet them. They're nice to you. They're kind. They like give you all this free shit. And after that happens, everyone just keeps coming back for more. Because they would rather deal with that one Arab businessman than anyone else, even if he has higher prices. Because they know they're not going to get treated like shit. That seems like what Guild Wars 2 is doing here. My wife and I were playing Guild Wars 2 for a while, but we got sidetracked by getting pregnant. That happens, don't worry. She was playing Weaver and I was Firebrand. Should get back into it. What I'm seeing here is good. Season 1 was free, but FOMO driven. Season 2, they switched to a free forever model, but you needed to claim it when it was the latest episode. So Season 2 was like a limited time kind of thing then. So quite literally, Season 1 then was the idea of the first crack rock is free. Thanks for the follow, Berry Bad Player. Holy shit. Living World Season 1 was originally the idea that the in-game world would literally change every 2 weeks permanently. But then they realized that was dumb. They turned it into essentially a free season pass that you got for free as long as you logged in one time while it was current. That's a good idea. From a business perspective, that's a really good idea. Are you going to do raids? If yes, pugs, LFG. Yeah, you know what? I'll look into it. I'll do some work off stream to figure out how it works so that I'm not completely lost. But not so much that I ruin the experience of a retard player. Otherwise, I'll just nag Super to drag me through it. Basically, if you're playing when content is out, you got it for free. So that's brilliant. Keep them sucking on them little gamer nipples. The titty's free. If you suck on this one now, you get this one for free. That's basically what they said. That's great. That's brilliant. That's smart. That's big brain. I like that. I actually kind of like those business practices. If I think about this from like a systems and project engineering and project management perspective, It's like you are rewarding your players for playing your game. If you, let's say, God, what can I use as an analogy here? Let's say you frequently visit the abortion clinic. And, you know, after like the 5th time, they give you like a baby coffin as a memorial at the front desk, and they don't charge you for it, so that you'll keep coming back. That's so great. Thank you for using our services. Brilliant. Exceptional. It felt like we were scamming the company for free content. No, this is brilliant because they generate FOMO, and it's kind of like they're creating goodwill for the people who are playing the game, because they're saying, you logged into the game, you don't have to pay shit. Thank you very much for experiencing our world. Here, have this thing for free. And not only that, but then it gets people who feel really fucking upset by the core gameplay experience and the Zaitan fight to come back and be like, oh, well, damn, they're giving it to me for free. If I just log in, maybe I'll stick around and just play a little bit more. And then they experience something better, because objectively, Living World Season 1 was an upgrade. Nazak Jolly, thanks for the follow. That's so good. By the way, anyone watching on Kick, I know the animations for follows and shit are not set up yet. This is literally day 1 of me using Kick. The only other time I've ever used Kick was to run a speed run ban so I could compare what Kick did to Twitch. But they will be set up in the future. I'm working on that currently. Okay, mastery track tied to the region. We already know all of that. I've experienced all of this firsthand, so that's not important. What can I get from the masteries? Master Law. Attunement. With new ally races, can be trained to understand their language. Does this mean if I play the game long enough, I'll start understanding retard and like Brahim will start making sense? Is that what the game's telling me? It like does auto-translate for us? Unlocking secret locations. That's awesome. That's awesome. And access to battle techniques that can weaken your shared enemies. That's great. Like the fact that they tied this to the PvE and not the PvP is such a genius idea, because there would be so many butt-mad people that didn't want to do this for PvP. I'm so glad that they separated it out like that. Master Legends, train in legendary crafting to learn to create all existing legendary weapons precursors, new legendary weapon precursors. Okay, already know about that. Exploration, combat, fractals. Now, fractals are something I haven't touched at all. Fractals I've avoided touching in their entirety. But now the game is telling me fractals are something I might want to look into. Uncover new depths in the fractals of the mists to gain powerful new abilities to overcome different fractal challenges, garner greater rewards, and unlock more powerful infusions. I don't understand. As a Sylvari, why does Dad love all the dark-skinned kids he had with his second wife instead of us? So thanks for the follow over on Kick8X. What? I feel like Dad has prejudice here. I don't think he likes his light-skinned children. There's nothing wrong with Brahim, he's just a retarded teenager. Brahim is so down bad, he can't even fuck a cat, dude. He couldn't even get pussy from pussy. Braham is so terrible, his mom would rather fight World War I than be his mom. That's gotta tell you something about the guy. His love interest that you learn about in Living World Season 1 was literally in a note and then never seen again. She literally Googled, how do I kill myself and get rid of the body so he never finds me? And did exactly that. She followed through. Prior to the mastery system, the only way to get a precursor for legendary crafting was to get lucky with a drop and get it via gambling or buying it from another player. Oh, that's sneaky. That's sneaky. They should have kept the gambling system. They could have made so much money. They could have been such bastards. I'm shocked that they actually... You know what? I'm really actually shocked that Guild Wars 2 doesn't have more pay-to-win shit in it. Like, I don't know how they've managed to maintain NCSoft not breathing down their neck every other week and massaging their shoulders, saying, let's go to the island and fuck all the players. I don't know how they've kept it so light for this long. And if you want to compare it, to go look at what Rift is today. Go look at what Ion is today. Go look at 99% of what happened to all the MMOs that went free to play. It's so sad to see that, and somehow Guild Wars 2 is just sitting here not even giving a shit and somehow just surpassing all of them. It's the funniest shit to think about. Imagine how mad you gotta be as NCSoft to have sunk so many MMO franchises, and this fucking game that refuses to over-monetize itself just keeps on living. Can you imagine how angry some businessman in a suit is about all of this? Like, he wakes up in a cold sweat thinking about the kind of wild shit he could do if in Guild Wars 2 if ArenaNet just said yes once. In the jungle, you can make your way through the canopy layers, climb impossible... Wait, did I look at this? Yes, I looked at our dark-skinned brother over there. While you're up there, you'll have a chance to check out stunning views, and of course, you'll be accompanied by the ever-present threat of falling an incredibly long distance to your death on the forest floor. Some verticality. When you train the glide... Oh, that's so cool. From a lore perspective, that's so fucking cool. Think about it. Before you get the gliding, this is an actual threat. And after you get the gliding, it's now a gameplay mechanic. That's such a... That's big brain. That's big brain ideas. That's thinking with more than 4 brain cells. That's impressive. From a gameplay design perspective, that's impressive. If this was Blizzard, quite literally, if this was Blizzard, they would have given you the flying mount at the very beginning, forgotten to balance it, and then fucked up every other map that you weren't supposed to do it on. And I don't mean retroactively, I mean in the next expansion. They would have completely forgot that they put this in the game and then fucked up the next expansion. Recently went back and played Rift. I love it. I remember when it first came out and I was so hyped. They have so many DOT classes. I was spoiled for sure. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Rift fundamentally is a good game at its core, and it's just marred viciously by its free-to-play model and how many hands have passed it around. Rift as an MMO has been passed around more times to more different owners than a fucking college girl at a frat party who drank too much. It's insane. You remember that one police officer where every dude in that precinct was running a train on her every day? She saw less action than Rift has seen from different publishers. However, you'll have the option to soar freely through the teardrops, escape the dangers that await you on the jungle floor and use the air to your advantage in combat against certain foes. So they added it to the combat as well. Save yourself from accidental death slipping. Once you've unlocked gliding mastery track, you can pull out your glider at any time you're in free fall. Okay, so it's not like you have to time it. It's any time you're falling through the air. Good idea. Don't punish the player for jumping off a cliff and trying to explore. As you continue to explore, you'll have the option to further... so, like, the game philosophy, the game design philosophy I'm seeing here is... Guild Wars ArenaNet's game philosophy is challenge the player, don't punish them. That's the perspective I've gotten. Now, I wish death was more punishing, but that just seems to be like the through line that they've used here. Also, Ibon, thanks for the follow. Fly longer, jump higher, take advantage of the strong wind currents, launch yourself in the air. Okay, so it's an entire mechanics system. That's good. Masteries of the Heart Maguma have been designed to complement and support each other. As you unlock masteries, you'll be more effective in fights against certain enemies. In the jungle, you'll be able to reach new areas, fully explore the maps you're in. Yeah, okay, so this is so good, because it's like if you skip content, you fuck yourself over. I like that. I like that a lot. Now all they need to do is put this in the cash shop and tell everyone you don't have to learn anything if you just give us money. And then you can get a bunch of simps online to astroturf every single YouTube comment saying, it's not pay to win, it's pay for convenience. Leave my multi-dollar company alone. Such as hitting certain performance thresholds in adventures, exploring maps, you'll be rewarded even more mastery points as you see fit. Every mastery you invest brings new benefits, characters onto your account. Okay, so it's account wide. I keep forgetting that it's account wide. Gliding greatly enhances your ability to move around the jungle, while other masteries... Man, this is such a good idea to make it account wide, because imagine having to do that grind on every single fucking character. That would be so excruciating. Death used to cost gold in the form of gear repair, although it still kind of does since TPs cost a bit of silver. Now, I think they should bring that back. I think they need... I do think they probably need better gold sinks, but I haven't seen if the economy of Guild Wars 2 is out of control or not yet, because I've been avoiding using things like the trading post and shit, because you fuckers gave me a bunch of gold, and it feels like I would be going through an unfair experience by using it. If that makes sense. So I'll deal with that once I'm through all of the expansions. Biggest gold sink is buying gems. Okay, you know what? I take back my argument about pay to win. If you can take gold, convert it to gems, and then convert those gems into money in your actual bank account, then I take back everything I say about pay to win. ArenaNet, let me do that. Let me pull from your coffers instead of putting into them. That would be great. The economy is incredibly stable for a massive MMO. They do really well with gold sinks. So maybe I haven't seen that yet. And I'm talking out my ass because I haven't actually seen how in-depth their economy systems are, because I've been avoiding them. Masteries are here to stay. We're excited about bringing masteries to Guild Wars 2. Believe it's the perfect progression system for game where the journey is the goal. Masteries allow us to focus on giving you new abilities without invalidating your past achievements. Horizontal progression. They allow you to constantly grow and overcome new challenges while focusing on playing the game instead of grinding gear. Masteries have the flexibility to both take us to new places and revisit. You know what's really impressive about this as well? If I think about the mastery systems, none of the mastery systems invalidate the law of the world. They just either add to gameplay mechanics or make... They kind of match with what you would expect out of the gameplay. I guarantee that if Blizzard did this, they would have forgotten that they did this by the next expansion. And you can tell this because Blizzard gave us flying mounts in TBC, and then they made it impossible to fly in Wrath of the Lich King until you unlocked cold weather flying. And then in the next expansion, they did the same thing, and they keep locking away old systems and making you re-unlock them. It seems like they're smart enough to know how to like build on top of something instead of just dialing it backwards all the time. Some people like me make gold by passively making legendaries and selling them. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. I love that it's not a bunch of dumb DPS increases, but an actual new mechanic. No, I like that. I like the fact that they're building on top of the game mechanics. But okay, so the one thing I think that Guild Wars 2 can improve on is that all the old stuff that they never looked at before, if they went back and took the shit systems and made them good, I'm willing to bet that would be more impressive currently than them continuing to add new gameplay systems, from what I've seen. I hope that happens at some stage, but I severely doubt they want to fuck with a winning formula that they've currently got. Okay, so that's Masteries. That's Arcana, that's fine. About the Revenant, new class. Okay, so this is what... Okay, what was Ritlock before he became a Revenant? What was Ritlock? Warrior. A furry. A problem. Alcoholic cat class. Okay. I'm Roy. I don't know how to spell that. I will say that. Alongside my team, I've been working on bringing the Revenant to the new profession to Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. We know you're excited to learn about the Revenant. Privilege finally starts sharing some juicy details. It all begins 9th profession into Guild Wars 2 as a unique archetype not seen in other games. Revenants are heavily armored masters of the mists with abilities that allow them to harness and manipulate the gameplay, invoke powers from legends of the past. Okay, so their power is literally bring up the ghosts that they used to jack off to. Those familiar with the lore of Guild Wars 2, sorry, not Guild Wars 2, will see many familiar faces reappearing as legends. That's so good. That's so big brain. Is tying it into the lore. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay, we're gonna break here. Because I've got another complaint. I've got another thing to bitch about. When it comes to World of Warcraft that you don't see. What's the best way I can think to show this? I think the best way I can think to show this is actually, again, Warlords of Draenor. And it's the Garrosh versus Thrall fight. I want you to take a look at this fight, right? Now, keep in mind, I'll get to Ashara now. I've got a point about that as well, Plague. But I want you to keep in mind that what I'm seeing from Guild Wars 2, the way they describe things, is that the gameplay mechanics tie into the lore. I said this in my very first Guild Wars video, where I said it's impressive that they took the Mesmer, and the Mesmer uses a sword as a long metal wand, right? So there's like a gameplay mechanic that ties into the lore and the story of how a certain class works. The Revenant is drawing on the lore to give gameplay mechanics. Now, I want you to watch this fight that happens here. One of these characters is a shaman, and the other is a warrior. Okay? That's the shaman, the class I mained since fucking TBC. And that's the warrior.
You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh.
All I did it for the Horde! You failed the Horde! You made me war chief! You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me! You never had the strength of a true warrior.
I do not rely on strength alone, Garrosh. My power is all around you.
You made me what I am.
No. You chose your own destiny.
Okay. Now I'm going to go through exactly what's wrong with this fight. Okay, let's leave out the lore part of this fight, where using magic in a Mak'gora is considered incredibly dishonorable and like piece of shit behavior, and the fact that Thrall cheated. Let's leave that out of the whole thing, out of the lore. They already fucked up their lore with that cinematic right there. We already know how fucked their lore is, right? What you'll notice, I'll give you a play-by-play, right, of this fight.
Must cry.
So, problem number one. One of the main primary abilities that warriors use non-stop in World of Warcraft is charge. They charge in and stun their enemy. At no point in time does Garrosh do that. Problem number two. Thrall is a shaman. Shaman had 3 specs. They had elemental, which generally used a one-hander and a shield, or a two-hander. They had the enhancement spec, which was my favorite, which means they dual-wielded weapons, right? Or they had resto, which was healing, right? Thrall is doing none of that. He's using a one-handed fucking weapon. And apparently he's supposed to be an elemental shaman. And he's just going big bonk. Problem 2, he's double-handing a one-handed weapon, something you cannot do in the game. You could theoretically say that's a charge, but again, you can't say that's a charge because charge doesn't have a knockdown on it. It has a stun. Also, shamans famously don't have a way to get out of a stun. Shamans are fucking terrible at whatchamacallit, at unarmed spec, unless you go fists, where there are fist weapons you can use, guess what he's not using? Guess what there's no ability to do as a shaman? Is fucking punch someone in the face.
All I did.
There is no knockback ability that worked like that on the warrior at the time. It may have existed later, though.
I did it for the Horde!
There is no knockback ability that works like that on the shaman. There's no grab someone and throw them over your fucking head. Doesn't exist.
You failed the Horde!
That is a warrior accurate ability. You can throw your weapon at someone. You cannot go fisticuffs and drop your weapons. That's not a warrior ability.
You made me war chief!
There are no grappling abilities on the warrior.
You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me!
There are no slams and grapple abilities on the warrior.
You never had the strength of a true warrior. I do not rely on strength alone, Karash. My power is all around you.
That's what pisses me off more than anything in the fucking world. That right there. Do you want to know why? It's not the cheating. They fucked their law at this point. I didn't care about their law. What's wrong with this? Cyclone is not even a fucking shaman ability. It's a druid ability. Why the fuck this bold motherfucker out here using druid abilities? It's because Hurricane is a boomkin skill. Yes, yeah, you got it right. This is a druid skill. Guess what ability doesn't exist for shamans? Have you tried not being pissed off? Yes, it didn't work, Jimmy. There is no lockdown ability where you get a giant hand to come out the ground and grab your opponent. Wind shear. Wind shear against a warrior does nothing, Oats Tube. There is no fucking lava hand coming out the ground, grabs and stuns the opponent. Doesn't exist.
You made me what I am. No. You chose your own destiny.
This ability works like another druid ability, where it's going to be lightning from the sky, whereas shamans, even famously in Warcraft 3, Thrall himself in Warcraft 3 used chain lightning, where the lightning comes from your fucking hands, not from the storm cloud you magically summoned above your head. Oh, guess what's another druid ability? Summoning a fucking storm cloud. Why is he fighting like a fucking druid? That's okay. This last piece is just emblematic of Blizzard abandoning everything they've done for their players at this point in time. That's how borderline fucking retarded that was. Now, if we go back and we take a look at Ritlock, what I'm seeing, where was it? What I'm seeing is Ritlock using in-game abilities. It may have been more accurate if a Thrall wielded Gorehell. No, it wouldn't have been. What's its face? Enhancement spec, where there was a time where you could use two-handers with enhancement spec and get away with it, was a very niche build. And not only that, but Gorehell belonged to Garrosh's father, so obviously it was going to go to him, right? And Thrall, very specifically, picked out by the Blizzard devs, was an elemental shaman. But what is Ritlock doing? He's using abilities that probably exist in the fucking game. Because this looks like shit that exists in the game. And I'm willing to bet it does. Thanks for the follow, Free Cats. So what I'm seeing is this with WoW.
Hello. I just finished reading The Shattering yesterday.
The Shattering.
And I noticed something. It said that Falstad...
Side note, why is it always a guy in a red shirt taking a shit in the Blizzard devs? It's always a guy in a red shirt.
Wildhammer was going to be on the Council of Three Hammers, but
and then he's not there.
In the beta, it's Kurdrin Wildhammer, and Falstad is not in the game at all. What happened to him?
He's not there.
Isn't Falstad dead? From Day of the Dragon?
No. Oh my god.
No, he survived, and in fact...
This is actually making me physically angry. I still remember when I first saw this.
He was the leader of Airy Peak in Vanilla WoW through Wrath of the Lich King.
Right, of course. Right. Yeah, Alex, what's up with that?
Isn't Falstad dead? They don't even know their own fucking lore.
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Do you want to know who got fucked over even harder in World of Warcraft? A character that, again, has been there since the fucking beginning. Been there since Warcraft 3. Thrall's best friend. The guy who backed him up. The guy who took an entire race of trolls and got them on the orc side because he was his friend. He fucking backed him up. He made a good leader. He brought the troll tribes together. He turned them into a society instead of a bunch of retards. And this is how they treated him. This still fucking makes me mad. He was war chief for like a week. And he dies to a random fucking mob. And what does he do? He hands over war chief to Yas Slay Queen.
Windrunner.
This fucking character, Vol'jin, has been here since the beginning. He has been there since the start, and they just took a shit on his character non-stop. Need to spice your chat up with some emotes. I'll probably put some emotes up. He has been there since Warcraft 3. Vol'jin got done the worst. Out of all fuck-ups that Blizzard went through, is they were so desperate to simp for this piece of shit redone character that used to be awesome, that they fucked over one of the most legendary characters they had. Also, thanks for the follow, Ishtar's Kiss. They screwed him over so fucking hard that I will never forgive them for this. I'm still mad about this to this day. I sometimes wake up mid mid-nap. Like, I'll have like 6 hours to sleep. I'll wake up 2 hours into sleep and wake up and I'll be like, fuck what Blizzard did to Vulcan, and then I'll go back to sleep. He was watching for a weekend.
Will claim me soon.
In the end, death claims us all.
What a gay line to say.
But the Horde will live on.
I have never trusted you. Nor would I have ever imagined in our darkest time that you would be the one to save us. The spirits have granted me clarity, a vision. They whisper a name. Many will not understand.
Many will not understand. As in, none of us fucking understand how you could be this retarded. You had Bane Bloodhoof, raised by his father to be an honorable Tauren, great leader. You had the fucking Blood Elf leader, I can't even remember his fucking name. This man went through hell and high water to try and rid his race's reputation of what Kael'thas did to them. And he did such a good goddamn job. This guy would have been such a fucking hardcore war chief. But what did we get? What did we get? I'm the leader of the Horde now! Pyromancer doesn't look so fucking insane when you look at how they fucked the shit up, and the fact that he spent years of his life, literal years of his life, on the lore of this game. What did you link
quick
me?
Heads up, this is the dragon cast ability that he has.
Oh my god! Wow! It's almost like the lore and the gameplay are tied together. Wow! Incredible. Holy what a novel idea. What? Fuck, this is we need to give you know, the Guild Wars 2 devs the Nobel Peace Prize because they managed to fix something. They cured cancer by not being Blizzard. Is there a law reason why the trolls are Jamaican? Yes, sure are. The trolls are quite literally Jamaican coded because they thought it would be awesome and cool, right? Which I think is a good enough reason. It's why you give dwarves Scottish accents. They live on these little islands just like the Jamaican Isles and shit, and they have like a lot of their culture in WoW is pulled straight from like Jamaican island culture, right? And they made it really fucking awesome, and I see nothing wrong with it being Jamaican coded. I think that adds to the lore instead of subtracting from it. They gave them, that's the Caribbean vibe. They gave all the trolls the Caribbean vibe. And what you got to realize from a lore perspective, right, is that elves literally evolved from trolls. Trolls were like one of the first races to inhabit Azeroth. And they had like an entire gigantic fucking empire that just went everywhere. And so there weren't just Jamaican trolls. There were like island trolls, mountain trolls, cave trolls. There were all these different races of trolls, and as things got worse, they picked fights with different elves, right? They started losing, and one of the most dominant groups to keep their power was the ones that spoke like Jamaicans. So that's the primary accent you see on those trolls, because those are the ones that survived the purges, right? They literally, because of their islands, they were almost invulnerable. And because their islands were such a harsh condition to live in, they were like at constant war with the Naga all the time, right? Which is like the snake. They're like the crate in Guild Wars 2, right? And because they were like this vicious warlike race that had to deal with these sea creatures all the fucking time, they relied on like black magic and voodoo and all their ancestors and shit, and they were brutal motherfuckers. They were almost impossible to kill because of how much bad shit had happened to the troll races. I can now comprehend the emotions. If I was playing a game for so long and it got killed so mercilessly, I would have gone insane. Exactly. That's why like old WoW players are so fucking pissed off with Blizzard all the time. You have no idea how goddamn deep the lore goes. And how royally fucked Blizzard made the lore. And all they had to do was do a continuation of it. So yeah, you know what? Now is the appropriate time to show you the Ashara cinematic. And I can tell you the history of the Naga and where they come from and all of that shit and why they fucked them up too. Watch the cinematic and look how fucking awesome it is. How it calls back to all the things that happened to the ancient Night Elf race that is probably the closest to the trolls. Right? And how they then just took a fat shit on all of that. And by the way, Naga have been in the fucking game since Warcraft 3. And they were closely tied to the trolls. Look how good this is. The WoW movie should have been animated like this. It should have been. WoW should have been an animated movie that worked exactly like this. It would have been fucking incredible. They actually, you know, there shouldn't have even. It shouldn't have been a movie. It should have been series. And all they had to do was run through the history. They didn't even need to change anything. Elves are basically mutated trolls. Basically, elves are trolls that became overly reliant on magic and formed an addiction to magic, and then abandoned things like becoming like physically strong and shit like that, and they just became super reliant on it. Whereas other trolls were like, that's fucking stupid. You shouldn't do that. And then everything bad happened because of elves in World of Warcraft, basically.
Let go. Let go. No! I am queen.
By the way, she's entirely responsible for everything that's happening to her city here. She caused this.
This is the empire I built. It is over.
I can fix her. Oh, she gets fixed, alright. She gets fucking fixed, alright. She pissed off the ocean. Basically, her race of elves became so addicted to magic that they kept on going into arcane magic. And they downward spiraled into like more dangerous shit all the time. And they basically caused a cataclysm that destroyed their entire civilization. And what's going to I don't want to ruin the surprise for anyone who hasn't seen this. This is old lore that they just did with a new coat of paint. Look how good it is.
My people.
My queen, we loved
Your fault. You betrayed. This is my fault. No! 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 This was not the deal I made!
Did you hear that? This is not the deal I made. Here it comes.
Deal? I like deals.
Who are you? Show yourself! At once!
For 1,000 years, bound beneath these waves, I have watched you. I have tasted your essence.
You?
It won't be long now. Your death is near. Only I can sustain you. Let go. Serve me.
You? You are nothing.
Nothing?
I am a god! Before you walked this land, I ruled.
Literally pulled from H.P. Lovecraft, the eldritch god N'Zoth, the one trapped beneath the waves. Put it this way, on Azeroth, in World of Warcraft, there are eldritch gods that act like parasites that have attached themselves to the world. And the problem is, all these eldritch gods cannot be extracted from the world because they've burrowed so deep that if you tried to kill them in their entirety, you would destroy the world. All right? Think how in-depth that lore is. How much someone must have thought about their world building to get to that point. And just, I fucking love this. I love, like, look at the city. It's like Nyalotha from H.P. Lovecraft's fucking dreams. But why were they working together in Walker? Okay, so the plot line with Illidan working with the Naga, I believe, I can't remember that plot line. I know he ended up working with the Naga and with the Blood Elves, and they ran away to Outland, and then Illidan returned chasing Arthas and got his shit pushed in because he didn't take Arthas seriously. I can't remember the exact reason why he threw in with the Naga. I can't remember exactly. But just look at this. Look at this. He goes from being a little fish to a mind-bending creature. And the whole time, like, I want you to think about this. This whole cinematic, he's fucking with her mind the whole time. He's entirely fucking with her mind. The dead grabbing onto her and clawing at her, she's playing right into his trap because he knows exactly which thread to pull on to fuck her mind up.
Serve me.
You are nothing.
Nothing?
I am a god! Before you walked this land, I ruled. And we will rebuild mine.
No, this has nothing to do with Dreadwing. This is the Naga. This is the genesis of the Naga.
No.
No? You there. You will die.
A queen! Not a slave. You've watched me for 1,000 years. So you know what I want.
Do you see how fucking arrogant she is? How great of a manipulator she is, just like N'Zoth. Do you see how well the story writing, the dialogue, the world building, the sound, the music is built?
Take my people. With them, I will raise an army. Conquer your enemies. Build an empire. As queen, Or let me die, and you will remain here, a prisoner. The god of nothing.
This is the birth of an entire race, by the way, in the game. This is where they come from. She's such an arrogant bitch that you're right, she can spar with an eldritch god and get what she wants. Look, she thinks she's gonna die. She's like, oh fuck, it's over. It's over. And then it hits. He put some fingers up her ass. Okay. Based on that cinematic, based on how good that was, how much of a threat, Hotter, I fucking expected that. How much of a threat do you assume Nazoth to be? The Eldritch God. How much of a threat do you assume him to be? Pretty big. Almost incomprehensibly dangerous, right? The fact that he's been sitting there planning this for thousands of years. Let me find the actual gameplay. I want you to see the gameplay.
All right.
It's literally fucking whack-a-mole. It's literally smack the squid. That is the raid. It's fucking whack-a-mole. And you win.
Alright. More tentacles. Again, we're just waiting for the mine realm.
How is he so fucking small? How is he not this incomprehensible god that you can't beat, you can only slow down? That you can solve him for maybe 1,000 years and trap him back away? He's literally just smack the fucking squid. Dodge the tentacles. Watch for the debuff. And you know what's worse than this? Base game. Yogg-Saron.
An Uldra is...
When you're fighting Yogg-Saron, you realize you're not really fighting Yogg-Saron. You're only fighting like a piece of him that's in the world. Because he's like the infinite mouth of the world. I'm trying to figure out how I can show this to you. Here we go. No, same guy.
Hey everybody, welcome to the channel. Here we go. Down
And this
to
is
this mouth.
Yogg-Saron from fucking... It's not Yogg-Saron, is it? No, it has to be Yogg-Saron. Fucking where's fucking vanilla Yogg-Saron? I'm sure it was Yogg-Saron. Maybe I'm thinking of... No, I don't think it was Cthulhu. Cthulhu came later. Who was it in Encourage? Cthulhu is vanilla. Okay, I'm thinking of Cthulhu. Yogg-Saron was linked to fucking... What was it? Northrend because of all the Saronite that was there? You're right, I'm confusing him. Cthulhu was the first one we killed because there was the Twilight Hammer who kept on trying to bring him back. Yes, it's Cthulhu, right? Cthulhu is quite literally... that's his fucking eyeball. That's not the whole of Cthulhu. That's a little teeny piece of Cthulhu that got free. They had their shit together with the law, and then they fucked it up later. Yogg was Ulduar. You're right. I remember Yogg because I did him as a healer as a shaman. That's why I was confusing him. Like they had their shit together, and then they fucking lost it. I don't know what happened, but they forgot how to integrate gameplay with story. And then they were just like, oh, fuck it. We'll just do whatever the fuck we want. Arthas fights a piece of Yogg-Saron in Warcraft 3. Maybe you... Yes, I do. I do remember it. You're right. It's also... if you're in Northrend and you did any mining or blacksmithing, you will notice that there is mining nodes for metal called Saronite, and what you find out that this is dark eldritch god corrupted metal that you're mining out the ground that's related to like Yogg-Saron. There are certain parts of the game in Northrend where if you go there, you can start hearing Yogg-Saron start to whisper to you. That's what the game used to be. The N'Zoth ending cinematic. Yeah. Literally, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Newgash. Here, let me show you. The cinematic was such a fucking cope as well. Like, God, this made me so fucking mad. I was so upset.
He's mine.
Warning, corruption levels approaching 100%.
No! You got to keep fighting, champion!
Does any of this feel fundamentally important? I want you to... Okay, actually, this is the perfect thing. Look at this cinematic of how N'Zoth dies, and then I'm going to show you the Wrath cinematic.
Your flesh, my Black Empire, is reborn.
Does this make you feel anything?
Don't listen to his lies! You don't belong to him! You're a child of Azeroth! Her strength is your strength!
This is such a fuck up. Oh, look, the pendant popped off your chest. You know the piece of shit thing you've been leveling the whole expansion, where you've got borrowed power?
Attention! New anchor point acquired.
Well then, what are you waiting for?
Acknowledged. Firing sequence initiated.
Hold on, champion!
Looks like something out of Kingdom Hearts. Another piss beam. Another piss beam. Okay, now keep that in mind, right? Literally, N'Zoth does this thing where he takes over your mind and corrupts you, and now you belong to him. And then through wacky, wavy time beams and shit like that, all of a sudden you're fine, and through the power of love and kumbaya. Now let's look at the old law, right? In the old law, It was the forces of light and darkness. You were either a paladin or you became a death knight, right? You were either part of the forces of the undead or you were part of the holy knights. Look at the fucking like to dislike ratio on this dog shit, right? Now I'm going to show you a cinematic about a character who's been there forever, who the sword he's fucking holding has more lore in it than the entirety of an entire expansion when it came to N'Zoth and how they fucked it up. Right, and this happened in-game, right? I want to see the in-game part of this as well, because this is super important, and I'll explain what happens. This is the ICC raid. This was pinnacle. This was peak shit that happened. Fuck, am I gonna find it? I don't think I'm gonna fucking find it. I need to find someone's raid footage. But here, I'll give you a background. Bolvar 4 Dragon is the guy who takes over as like the lead paladin of all these fucking things. Oh, wait, no, it's not Bolvar 4 Dragon. He died at the Wrathgate. I'm talking about Tyrion Fordring, right? Tyrion Fordring basically catches up to the raid group that's fighting Arthas. Arthas drags you all towards him because what happens to him is Arthas is like, I'm going to train these heroes up to be the fucking most murderous, insane people possible. And when they get close to me, I'm going to use my death powers to kill all of them and bring them back as undead slaves. And every single one of them is going to be so fucking powerful, I will be unstoppable if they manage to get that far. That's exactly what he does. Then Tyrion Fordring catches up to you. He gets frozen in a fucking ice block. And he's watching Arthas resurrect everyone in the raid group, saying, "You're fucked, Tyrion. You're fucked. I beat you. I outsmarted you." And in one last desperate prayer, Tyrion Fordring is like, if this is my last act, in an act that's fucking biblical, like Samson bringing the fucking temple down on top of himself and everyone else around him, he begs the light. He says, give me the strength to get through the shit. And he shatters out of the ice, fucking shatters Frostmourne, and then the cinematic starts, right? This is the attack on the Wrathgate. That's Tyrion Fordring. The sword he's holding has more fucking lore in it than the entire expansions of WoW at a later date. So that would be your raid group going through this expansion. This is literally supposed to be a representation of your character. That's Marrogar. Fucking amazing. Brilliant boss fight. That was Kel'Thuzad. That was the son of one of the Orc War Chief. I can't remember his name. That's the Doctor and his abominations that you had to kill. And like the theming of this entire raid was amazing because it all matched everything that Arthas was doing. All the plague, all the death, all the ice, all the resurrection of skeletons and monsters that were supposed to remain dead. All the demons that he'd enslaved. The life binder that he held down. Not the life binder. Fuck, what was her name? The Emerald Dragon. I can't remember her name.
I'm going to finish what I started at Light's Hope.
The light won't protect you here, Paladin.
So that's what happens to Tyrion. He gets his shit frozen while your entire raid group goes after him.
There is no light, only darkness.
What's really funny about this is Arthas doesn't need to fight you in the raid. He's literally having fun. Arthas is such a threat in this fight that the raid boss decided, I'm gonna have some fun before I murder all of you and turn you into undead slaves. Literally, he was that arrogant in life, and it followed through to him being the undead Lich King. He's literally testing us. Right? So what happens is you get to a point where he's like, okay, I've tested you all enough, and he literally raises his sword and everyone in the raid just dies. Right? Everyone just fucking dies. And this is the follow-up cinematic to that. Is Tyrion breaks out of the ice, shatters the sword that's got all his power in it, and then this ending triggers. Right, so that's the shattered sword. Arthas has... Now, keep in mind, at this point in the story, Arthas from Warcraft 3 has gone from being this righteous, holy paladin who would do anything in the world to save any of his people, to do everything he needed to do, to be like the best paladin. And he's gone down this dark, downward spiral into being the world's biggest piece of shit. Right? That's where he's ended up. All under the manipulations of Kel'Thuzad and Sargeras. And yeah, every single soul that he claimed with the sword, you're right about that, Dogrok. Like, you see what I mean? There's so much fucking lore that you can't even explain all of it without spending like hours. You mean the jailer? Fuck the jailer. That's not canon. Right? There's like hours of explaining just Frostmourne, right? But literally every swing of that sword that claimed a life sucked the fucking soul out of everyone it touched. He destroyed everyone with that sword. He didn't just kill them. He was torturing their souls forever. In-game graphics, one of the most legendary cinematics that came out of Wrath.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world.
And that's when you realize Arthas was right all along. The soul of his father tells you that the only reason that any of the undead ever stayed in Northrend was because Arthas was doing his best to keep them there. That he was fighting a battle of control, non-stop, against his own corruption, and he began to lose. And now that there's no Lich King to sit on the throne, the undead are gonna overrun the fucking planet, unless there's someone to take his place.
Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
Guess what? There's only one person there. Or is there? Tyrion's considering it. He's looking at it, but there's another righteous man who's been through hell and back.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bulva! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate.
So the dragon's flame he's talking about is he was infected by the plague and was going to die in excruciating suffering. The lifebinder Alexstrasza, who breathes life into the world, literally set everything on fire, but it didn't kill him, it kept him alive. And then they, like Arthas, dragged him off to torture him for fun.
The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine. I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him.
He literally tells the world to lie about it. He's like, this is a secret that must always be held. And then somewhere between here and when Sylvanas fights him, he goes from being the Lich King to being the Bitch King. And also, Jimmy, yes, I remember the Mega Despawn Dragon in EverQuest. I know that story.
Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
That was the end of Wrath of the Lich King. What a fucking ending it was to the entire arc and story that came from Warcraft 3. And if you've played Warcraft 3 and you work your way towards the Wrath of the Lich King and you play that ending, that is the perfect ending. That is where WoW should have ended. The perfect place to end it. But they just kept on fucking going. They kept on going. And guess what happens in the game? All the abilities that Tyrion uses are actual paladin abilities. And it's in-game graphics. There's so much lore surrounding this entire thing that leads up to this culmination. I could sit here for the next 7 hours and I wouldn't get through all of it. And I would still forget components of it. That's how much of it there was. Now, a single expansion in WoW barely scrapes any lore whatsoever. You want to know what the lore is now? There's a cinematic in Dragonflight where the Earth Dragon gets fucking knocked out the sky by a rock. That's the kind of writing we went to. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's not the best explanation because you need to know a lot of background lore, right? So let me give you the start, right? I want you to tell me, anyone here who has not played World of Warcraft, tell me if the cinematic gives you chills or not. Just listen to the music, listen to the sound design. Listen to Arthas's father and the words echoing inside of Arthas's head every day of his life.
My son, the day you were
I won't
born,
say anything about
the
WoW
very
after
forests
this.
of Lordaeron whispered the name
All good, Sniper Tigers. I know I'm nagging on this point, but it really pisses me off. Listen to the music, the sound design, the slow, purposeful movement. No, I don't like the fact that they didn't use in-game graphics, but I can forgive that because of how good the story was. This is when the story matched what was happening in the world around
I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength.
That's his father's words in his head, because he was a prince.
And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
That's the point, Kelvin. He's become everything he's not supposed to be. That's the whole point. It's such good story writing.
Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Fucking chills. 3 minutes. Chills. The expectation in the cinematic matches the game. And then they fuck their lore up. And what I'm seeing in Guild Wars 2 is that they've tied their lore into the way abilities work. That's why I appreciate this so much from Guild Wars 2. Now, I did get way off fucking track there explaining this. I know I did. But we're going to carry on now. But that, can you see why I'm so fucking mad at WoW? And why I'm so happy with Guild Wars 2 so far? Does that make sense? Here's some quick overview specifics. Profession mechanic, resource system, heavy armor, medium health pool, red, black, and misty white color scheme. Between now and the launch of the expansion, hammer... Okay, so this is just describing what it does. That's not that important. Connection to the mist. As mentioned, the profession's unique theme is its constant tie to the mists. It's a character that belongs in the world it's in, advancing lore and story, instead of just going fucking backwards. God damn it. Energy bars, a new resource that are relevant. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Like, I would rather play the game, like the character, than have an explanation of all of this. Right? But I like the important part of this is the theming. The fact that this character fits in the world, that they've got a reason why they exist. The schizo class. WoW seems to have cool lore, but I'm glad I never got invested. You were right to not get invested. Look, I will say this. If you are a lore enjoyer, if you like lore and story, go play Warcraft 3 and go learn about the lore and story of everything up to Wrath of the Lich King, and then drop it. Nothing happens after that. That's the best I can say about it. It's got such deep, impactful lore, and they just fucking threw that in the trash. Schizoclass is right. Those Legends of the Mists will actually chat with the Revenant player while idle. Okay, so none of this matters. This is just, I'd rather try this out and figure this out for myself. Legendary Demon Stance. Invoke the power of the legendary demon Malix the Unyielding. Don't know who that is yet. I bet that's tied into the world, though. Embrace the darkness. Dwarf Stance. Become a midget. Taunt. Okay, so this is meant to happen, work as a kind of tank. Just the beginning. This was just the tip of the iceberg. There are more weapons legends coming with the Revenant, but you will have to wait to find out more. It's no fun to spoil everything all at once. All of the features that I detailed today in this... Okay, so this acts as an ad for PAX East. That's pretty smart as well. That's not so important. I think at some point I will try out a Revenant. I haven't actually tried out a Revenant. No, I have tried out a Revenant, but not much. I need to look much deeper into that. Legendary crafting system. Is this of relevance? Scarlet's tits. Crafting your precursor. Okay, so this is about the legendary crafting system. I will read this when I care about it. I currently don't care about it because I'm more invested in playing the game itself than any of the crafting systems that the game has made me care about. Guilds got revamped too. This is important. Guilds being revamped is important to me. What changed? I'll watch this afterwards. Let's see. Greetings from the Guilds team. We've been working hard at putting together guild hall systems for you. We're thrilled to finally be able to share it. This is the first in a series of blog posts that will cover the different aspects of the system, and there are a lot, but for today we're going to provide you with an overview. In this post, we'll tell you about the guiding lights of the guild hall system, introduce the guild halls we'll be adding in Heart of Thorns. 6 pillars. Emphasize community and fellowship. Place to call your own. Build a shared history, bring guilds into the world, activate player creativity and new ways to play together. When we first began working on the guild halls, we had a number of broad goals for the system, such as increasing visibility of the guilds within Guild Wars 2. Okay, now I've got a question. Does this mean that guilds didn't feel that good in the base game? Or was it that people enjoyed the guilds and they just wanted to push the system further? Have you played Living World 1 and 2? Yes, I've just gotten through both of them. That's why I'm going through this now, before I go through Heart of Thorns. Honestly, the guild revamp was probably the weakest of the systems they delivered on. Guilds was huge when it came. The base game was crap, and post Heart of Thorns, it was a bit better, but it's abandoned. Okay, so they tried to fix guilds, and then they kind of gave up. That's what I'm getting the impression of. They were trying to appeal to the people who loved the guild focus in Guild Wars 1. I'll be honest, guilds don't seem any more important in Guild Wars 2 than I want to do a raid, and I know a group of people who are going to be raiding at this time. That's what guilds seem like to me currently. And I don't know how far off the mark I am. Improving overall experience. Over time, those goals have been refined into 6 pillars. Guilds are about bringing players together, forge friendships. Okay, that's fine. Guild Hall is a personal space. So this is just player housing to me. This is just another version of player housing to me. And unfortunately, I give so little of a shit about player housing in any MMORPG. It doesn't affect me and I don't care about it. I gave a little bit of a shit about it in New World and then I just stopped caring, even in that game. Sadly, we might have bots in the next 5 years, thus making friends harder. Oh no, well, we'll all be friends with AIs. They'll all be emotionally manipulating you into farming for them. Don't you worry about that. Maybe proper guild is more of a world versus world or PvP thing. Maybe. You see, I haven't experienced, like PvP, I've done solo. World versus world, I've avoided for now because I want to keep that as like a separate experience that I can then focus on and make a bunch of notes on while I'm making a video. There's some cool roller beetle races made in guild halls. Okay, fair point, fair counterpoint. I do like the roller beetle racing, and I've just barely experienced that. Shared history. As your guild grows and changes, so too does your guild hall. Okay, this is again just, this is not a good sign. This is 1 point spread over 2. That's what this sounds like to me. Guild efforts build up area, make visible, lasting differences, become a testament to your guild's growth. Yeah, this is 1 point spread over 2. That's what this sounds like to me. That would be a red flag if I was reading that back in the day. Bring guilds into the world. While some guilds are already important to the lore and the history of Tyria, with Guild Wars 2, we want to make your guilds important. The guild halls of Guild Wars 2 exist alongside the public maps in the heart of Maguma region, and each has its own history to unearth. This is such a catch-22. You can't make a player's guild fundamentally important to your lore and story without breaking your lore and story, because you're reliant on your players. I see no way that they could make, at least with the way that Guild Wars 2 is constructed, I see no fundamental way to make guilds a part of the direct lore and story of Guild Wars 2. So this feels like a nothing point to me. Guild halls are not that important. Guild hall is kind of like a long-term quest you can do with your friends. Okay, but it's not actually significant. It's like a side quest kind of thing, at most. What sucks about the halls is that new one comes out and all the guilds want to move to the new shiny thing. So basically it's just everyone keeps on being nomads that hop from house to house depending on what's the newest, shiniest thing that's just come out. Guild halls are places in the lore, but the lore goes away after you unlock them. So yeah, it's impossible to directly integrate. That's what I'm hearing. Activate player creativity. Fun place to gather and socialize. We want guild halls to be spaces you can create content for each other. Okay, now this and this feels like 1 point that's been spread over 3. I can appreciate that at least you can do shit like roller beetle racing and shit. But this feels like it could have been a note placed in here. Over time, you'll gain access to more tools to support that. New ways to play together. Guild halls are a living system and not just a place to unlock. Some vendors to that end were working to add new content for guilds to bridge gaps between the hall and the open world. Overhauls of world versus world guild claiming and guild missions to new multiplayer combat sandbox and guild-focused crafting discipline. So this is trying to get players to work together in a guild. But the issue I see with this, in every single MMO, and not just Guild Wars 2, is this doesn't sound to me like it's a good thing that's beneficial for people who play in a guild. What it sounds like to me is that if you don't do this and you're a solo player, you will be at a disadvantage. That's the impression I get. So unless you make these systems directly negligible, you fuck over the solo player. And so it's almost inevitable. Every MMO does this, where they try and make this matter, and then when they do, then people get mad about it. Disadvantage on what? Well, from the way this is written, it sounds like guild-focused crafting discipline is pretty important. The way that sounds like if you're not part of a guild, fuck you, you won't have access to certain components of this game. So unless they nerf that, or that's not important at all, solo players will be mad that they didn't get to do this. And sure, I think it's unreasonable that they wouldn't just be like, okay, fuck it, I'll join a guild, I'll find someone. But solo players are whiny bitches a lot of the time. I'm sorry. Anyone who's not a whiny bitch and is a solo player knows at least 5 other people who are whiny bitches and are solo players. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. And if you can't spot who those whiny bitches are, then look in the fucking mirror, it's probably you. So this is inevitably, this sounds like it would have become a negligible system in the game. Just make your own guild with blackjack and hookers. That's a good idea, Cassius. Frontier Ruins. New guild halls. Once inhabited location. Okay, so these are the locations. Basically. This must have been one of the locations where you could set up as a guild. Do I have that right? I just mooch off of my guild for waypoint discount and daily materials. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Okay, so this is just set up. Here's the area, and I'm sure they release new areas every now and then, and everyone has like comes in their pants over it. Let's see what the cinematic had to offer. Or at least the explanation of this. Now, keep in mind, I'm very critical of this kind of stuff because I'm the kind of person who does not give a shit at all about player housing stuff. I couldn't care less. It feels like I'm personally not the right person to take an opinion from when it comes to player housing and stuff, because I shrug my shoulders and walk away from all of this shit. It doesn't matter to me. So if you're not going to take my opinion, if you are more invested in this, then understand that your opinion is way more valid than anything I'm ever going to say. Habbo Hotel for MMOs. Not even. That looks cool. All good, Barando. Good seeing you. Okay, I'll give it that. That's interesting. That you actually have to clear the fucking place out in order to make it like a place you can go and live. It's actual content. That's pretty cool. I thought it was going to be you just rock up at the area and they just give it to you. This is much better. You clear out the homeless and then you start making it into something important. That's much better. It looks nice. It really does look nice, but I'm really struggling to give a shit about it. I legitimately, Legitimately, I could probably watch a video about any of these guild locations and get exactly what I want. And the only reason I would ever interact with this was so I could be a part of murdering all the natives, like Ashura said, and stealing the land from them. I hope... Okay, this is bad. This is bad. Don't take this the wrong way. But I think I found the perfect way for them to improve the guild hall system. All I'm saying is if we went into one of these areas, didn't kill all the monsters, enslaved a few of them, and kept them around in the guild hall to work as slaves on our plantation. And like maybe do some of the gathering stuff for us and maybe grow some crops and shit. All I'm saying is it would be a more interesting mechanic than clear the place out and take over. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Maybe it's a genetic desire deep down somewhere in my soul. But honestly, I think that would be a cool idea. Just you put a little collar on them. One of them gets out of hand. You chop off a limb. You have some guild content where one of the little slaves gets uppity, and then you as a guild gather around and beat the shit out of it every now and then. Or, you know, if you leave the uppity slave alone, then all of a sudden a second slave is also uppity, and you might slowly lose progression in your guild unless you beat them back into place. All I'm saying is that would be pretty cool as a gameplay mechanic. And as a cherry on top, that should only apply to any location where you're clearing out the inquest. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's just a suggestion. It's just a good suggestion, but it's just a suggestion. You mean like Palworld? Exactly like Palworld. That's exactly what I mean. And you know what? You know what? If we did that, that would be the perfect tie-in to Guild Wars 3, where we have to put down the rebellion of little monsters in guild halls who keep demanding reparations. Like, just move the story forward like 100 years or something. I can see the lore being built out right now. How about we team up with the Asurans, clear out the guild hall, but enslave the Asurans? No, that'll never work. Imagine trying to get an Asuran to do a job without fucking it up. They'll be like, I invented the Dick Masher 5000, and then it immediately backfires and kills the whole raid. Stop with 8x. God damn it. I need to stop you from using bits. Into the blue cunt tunnel. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is personal preference, but that seems like the least exciting thing I've seen about Heart of Thorns so far. The least exciting thing has been this. It looks nice. If you like pretty aesthetics, if you like a group and a community and you've got a bunch of people around you and you're all friends, I completely understand. I get it. But understand that I don't care. I'm not going to spend hours of my life. Yeah, let me explain it to you this way. This is how little of a shit I care about player housing. It is a fundamental of this game that you have to build a house. I'm going to show you what my house looks like, to show you just how little I care. Okay? Two by two square. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it a 2x2 square. Because I needed more space than that. I built something that shouldn't exist. Thanks for the follow, Big and Strom. Fuck, I hope I'm at my base. I can't remember where I am in the game. Yeah, I'll show you quickly. I'll just fly there if I have to. Okay, I can just fly there quick. It's fine. Where's the exit? That way. Sorry, I was helping. I remember I was doing a crest for the crack whore that's sitting upstairs. And she keeps on talking about how much she loves drugs and having sex with random old men. And I'm not even kidding. That's the entire quest line for her.
Fly you somewhere today? Music tonight? The basin is a pretty big. I never miss. Let's move.
I just want to show you what a pile of shit my base looks like. Just to give you some perspective. Also, yes, I love the Sutter card aesthetic. It's so good. My literal house when I played Minecraft way back in the day is I dug a hole and then put a block above me, and that's all I did. Every night. And waited until morning. With food in my hand. Right. Take a look at this gigantic pile of shit that's on the horizon here. Do you see this? Now, in what fucking world would this building be standing? Do you know why I did this? The only reason I did this was because the game forced me to build this fucking platform and it still doesn't work, and it makes me so mad. It was so I had somewhere to place my fucking ornithopter. That's the only reason I gave this thing a roof at all. Now I'm going to show you inside to drive the point home. Do you know why I put boxes here? Because I was like, fuck it, I need somewhere to just dump shit. Because I'm going to fly around, grab materials, and just dump it in these fucking boxes, and then leave again immediately. There are no lights. There are no furniture. There's just the most basic walls. This is like level 1 building material everywhere. This is supposed to be, like, I'm supposed to be using iron and steel. I shit my bike out here because I was like, fuck it, I can't drag this thing around everywhere. Literally just put a bunch of water cisterns in the corner. Manufacturing, no lights, just shit out whatever the fuck I can. Floor below that, same thing. All of this shit just stacked on top of each other. And you know where all my boxes and all my power is coming from? Right over here where I just shit it out at the bottom. I didn't even finish the fucking floor because I give that little a bit of a shit about it. That's how much I care about housing. This game forces me to build a house, and I literally build a fucking crack den just because I'm like, alright, shit, I guess I have to have a roof so it's fucking water sealed. Fine. That's how little I care about housing of any time. So, Guild Wars 2 showing me that housing means nothing to me. Men live like the Sensino issue. Quite literally, yes. Yes. Do you know how I used to live before I met my wife? In real life, I lived in a shitty little apartment. I'll draw the floor plan for you. So, it was one big room with a small kitchen and a small bathroom. This was my apartment. This is how I lived. A mattress that I had been sleeping on since the day I was born. A shelf, a desk with my laptop on it at the time, and a chair. There was one shelf here, a mattress with some blankets on it, a mostly empty kitchen, a desk and a chair. That was it. And I saw no problem with it. It was perfect. It was perfect. And then I had to go get a fucking girlfriend. And she made me get a wall divider that we put up here, and then we had like a TV that had to swing out from here, because how can you not live in a house with a TV? And then I had to get a bed frame, and I had to get a fucking headboard, and I had to clean this shit up, and then there was like a blocked off door. So what I would do, okay, is I would spend 90% of my time in this chair. And so I would make something in the kitchen, go here, eat it, and if there were disposables, I would throw it behind me. And it would just kind of sit here, piling up on the floor, until I needed to one day open this door. And whenever I needed to open that door, that's when I'd be like, all right, fine. And I'd grab a trash bag, I'd fill the trash bag, walk out the door with it, throw it all away, and then repeat the cycle. You fucking degen. I was living the life. And then she showed up. It was me and my little Boston Terrier. It was me and my dog. It was great. And the dog didn't complain. He had a great time. He was fine. Oh, she made me do other shit as well. It was terrible, right? So my little bathroom here had a shower, and it had like a fucking toilet in it, right? My toilet had no seat, right? It didn't have a seat on it. It just came that way without the seat. So I was just shitting raw. I'd just take a dump raw. It was great. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, how can you live like this? You need to get a toilet seat. This is sick behavior. What if it's winter and you sit on the cold porcelain? I'm like, this is going to wake me up in the morning. It's fine. That's my alarm clock. Roll out of bed, take a dump, wake up because my ass is cold now. So she made me get a toilet seat. And this is so fucking annoying because now I've got a toilet seat on this toilet, right? And you know how dudes are. You take a piss, you lift the toilet seat, you walk out, toilet seat's up. Now all of a sudden, I'm in trouble because I left the fucking toilet seat up that I had to buy that I didn't need in the first place. What the hell? Literally demanded I make a problem in my life. What about your clothes? Were they on the floor like a classic floor drobe? I had a system, okay? Okay. I had a system. So when I was younger, I used to travel a lot because I was doing martial arts in multiple countries, right? And so I had a travel suitcase and I had like 3 or 4 sports bags that I got from sponsors. So what I would do is I would leave the lid of the big travel bag open. And when I got into bed at night, assuming I took my clothes off at all, because it depended on how cold it was, no such thing as central heating, was I would throw my clothes into the open luggage bag. And when I washed my clothes and brought them back in, because I wash my clothes at least once a month, right? Okay, that's a lie. Once every 3 months I did wash my clothes. I would stuff socks, underwear, and t-shirts in one bag. And then I would stuff pants and like everything else. And like even to this day, I've got 2 pairs of shoes and then flip-flops. And I would just shove my shoes underneath the mattress to keep them there so I always knew where they were. This was living the life. This is how it was meant to be. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're not connoisseurs of the life. This is how it was meant to be. Then I had to get a fucking toilet seat, and all of a sudden, how can you live in a house with a broken mini fridge? That's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God, your sink doesn't have hot water? What the fuck do I need hot water in a sink for? I'm not dipping my ass in there. I got a shower for hot water. I had to fix so much shit. I was living the life. And here's the best part, right? Sometimes this room would get like really, really hot. Right? So the room would get like boiling fucking hot. Because, you know, South African summer, live in Africa. Sometimes the temperature is like 35 degrees Celsius. And this was the best system ever. I still miss doing this. My floors were made of, it's like plastic that's pretending to be wood, right? So I would sleep in bed with the covers on. And when it got too hot, I would roll out of the bed and splay myself out on the floor here. And the like plastic wood thing would like cool you down. And I would always know exactly if I rolled too far in this direction because my foot would usually start touching the garbage pile behind me. Right? Because, okay, so my garbage pile also had a system. Right? It's always perishables and shit over here, metals over here. So right hand, like I would throw shit with my right hand over my right shoulder, and there would be like cans, like lunch boxes, cardboard, and then perishables like I blow my nose and shit. That's left hand. So I had a system. I knew what I was doing. And this beautiful system was ruined when I got a woman in my life. Don't look, you're basically escaping. What the fuck are you talking about? This was clean. This was a clean system. What the fuck do you mean? It's simple. It's really simple. I'm sitting at the desk all day, right? Blow my nose, tissues, drink a can of something, can over the left shoulder. And then the pile was like neatly organized. And like, I knew exactly where I was supposed to do, like be, right? And there was a sliding door here out to like a brick pathway over here. And like a little garden for my dog that was like over here. So it gets too hot at night. You roll over here. You've left the door open. The breeze hits you. And this is why I say this is fucking genius. Because, hold on, you can't see this. I just realized you can't see this. Right? This is why I say this is fucking genius. So there was a door here. And there was a garden here. Right? And why I say this was so genius is because when it gets hot, right? Sometimes the garbage starts to smell, right? Like if you've had like takeout or something from like, I don't know, like I ate a burger or something and like I didn't finish the fries or something like that. It would be left behind me in a pile over here. But if this door was open and it was hot, you wouldn't smell the warm garbage because the breeze coming in the door was going to hit me first, or I would get fresh air and it would blow into this, out of this door here, and you wouldn't smell anything. It was fucking brilliant. It worked so well. And it was such a simple life. And then a fucking woman had to get involved. I get it now. It's related to Guild Wars 2 Heart of it because he's Mordrum. What the fuck is Mordrum? Is that a dragon? Motherfucker doesn't even take the trash. What are you talking about? I took the trash out. Whenever I needed to go through this door was like, which was like maybe once every 2 weeks. So like 2 times a month. I would just grab a garbage bag from the pile over here, scoop it all up, and then walk out the door with it. What's wrong with that? I had a system and it worked. It was perfect. My little apartment was perfect. It was beautiful. Your dad would have beaten your ass. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. He didn't need to know. Wasn't his problem. I did have to move back in with my dad, though. I did move back into the family house before he lost it to taxes and then became homeless and shit. But my little apartment was awesome. It was great. And now all of a sudden, I had to date this woman, and she was like, "What do you mean your bed's on the floor? What the fuck does like a bed base even do?" I still don't know to this day. I've got one downstairs in my bedroom because my wife wants one. What does it do? It does nothing. It's a waste of money. What the fuck do I need a headboard for? An hour ago, you told us girls keep boys civilized. No. But this is like a fine line between simplicity and civilization. This is the point where girls start to live in excess and where guys have shit right. Bed bases create a place for dust to build up. Exactly. More cleaning. For what? For who? Cleaning for who? Oh, now I must clean up a fucking bed base? Now I must sit here and fix another fucking thing? Bullshit. It was so much easier when it was just a mattress on the floor. Because all I needed to do was like, I had 2 duvet sheets, right? And you pull one off, put it in the pile, vacuum the base, and then put the new one on. And then you do that like maybe once every 3 weeks or so. It was so simple. You need the headboard so when you fuck, you match the rhythmic noise of the headboard. No, that's a waste of money. I just bang my head against the wall. The base prevents the mattress from getting soaked when the toilet overflows. You know, there would be a problem in a first world country, XR, but more often than not, in my country, there's no water, not more water than you need. I mean, currently, right now, we haven't had water for the last 5 days, so... They turned the water back on for us for like a day or two, and then they turned it back off. If you threw away your snot tissues, the fuck did you do with the cum tissues? This was the trick, Ashura. I used to jack off in the shower. Right? So, I would take a piss, brush my teeth, and jack off in the shower. That's called efficiency. I was ecologically friendly. I was saving time. I was saving water. I was saving space. No need for cum tissues. Straight down the drain. That's someone else's problem. Your pipes hated you. It was efficient. I was reducing my carbon footprint. I can understand most of this except not having a fucking garbage can. Oh, now I must get a piece of fucking plastic dish? What the fuck are you talking about? That's bullshit. You just get... Where's my mouse? All I had was a pile, like... I don't know if you get them in your country. You get like garbage things that are like rolled up into like a thing, and you just set it in the corner, and when the mess gets bad enough, you just pull one out and then just like drag it across the floor, and you'll get most of that, and then you leave with it. You just like widen it out, drag it across the floor, you've got most of it, and then you've got a walkway. On a mattress on the floor, but still, 3x sex plus sleep for 5 days on the floor will blow your back out. Here's the thing is, I like at this point in time in my life, this was me in university and engineering, so I didn't have time to sleep. I would, generally speaking, sleep about 3 hours a day. Use your cum as a toothpaste for better efficiency. I didn't think that far ahead. Maybe it would have been good for whitening my teeth. Literally the stop jacking off in the showers for the pipes meme. Listen, if your pipes can't handle a little bit of cum, you've got a problem with your pipes, not with your cum. Not with jacking off in the shower. Saving water by taking an extra 3 minutes in the shower. If I shit... okay, I didn't shit in the shower. If I wake up, take a shit, jump in the shower, brush my teeth, take a piss, and on the off day, jack off, I'm saving more water than if I woke up... No, I didn't have to waffle stomp anything down a drain. That is better than if I woke up, I jacked off. Now I gotta clean up the jack, or like I gotta clean up the mess I just made and the shame I just left all over the place. Then I risk staining my mattress. Now I've got a bunch of cum tissues I have to deal with. Now I needed extra lubrication because I couldn't use the water in the shower. Then I'm gonna go take a shit and a piss. Just get in the shower, take a piss while you're showering. It's all going to the same place. You don't want to slip and throw your back out. That's a fair point. Don't shit in the shower, you'll slip. This was the life. How did you wash your sheets, by the way? There was a laundromat nearby. So that wasn't my problem. I'd basically, when this luggage bag was full, I would shut the lid, zip it up, drag it out the door, go to the laundromat, dump it in the laundry thing, right? Spin cycle, dry cycle, dump it back in the luggage bag, drag it back home. And then I would take everything out of there and stuff it into the other 2 sports bags I had. It was great. My system worked. It was beautiful. Shit was too. Jesus. You have slippery shit in the shower. No, I didn't shit in the showers. This was the life. This worked. Thanks for the follow, Dark Dario. Any man would be blessed to live the way I lived in that apartment, okay? I didn't have to worry about a fucking carpet getting stained because it was like a plastic wood floor thing, right? The building was old. I had 1 window. I had 2 doors. I could control the airflow in one door, out the other, so I didn't have to smell my own garbage. It was great. It worked out perfectly. Wait, my wife doesn't want to fix up our master bedroom, so it looks like just your original apartment. We just moved in 2 weeks ago. I DM'd you on Discord, check it out. I'm not going to show it on screen because I don't want to dox anyone, and I don't want to give anyone the opportunity to do that. But I will take a look at it. I hate carpets, by the way. I've never had a good experience with carpets. You need a bed frame to not let the dust and dust mites reach you. Okay, well that might explain something. Okay. Cause like sometimes I'd wake up in the night and like a part of my leg or my back or something would be like really fucking itchy, and I would sit there being like like rubbing at it and yelling until like the itch went away and it just hurt, and then I would like go back to sleep. But I wasn't itchy all over the place. It was like concentrated itching. So I don't think it was dust mites. It's also on the 4th floor. That's way too many floors, dude. Jesus Christ. That's a Stairmaster house. Get an elevator. She doesn't want to climb to the top of our castle. We also don't have any dressers or hangers. You know what you need to do is use your top floor as storage. When you got a kid, I'm going to give you this advice now. Don't, obviously supervise your kid when they're doing this, but don't like stop them from figuring out how to use stairs. They should figure out how to use them, then they won't be a concern. Bedbugs having a midnight snack on your leg. No, like, if I was allergic to, if I had dust mites, I'm assuming I would be itchy all over my skin, not like in concentrated spots. What happens if the bugs or rats that enter your house? I didn't have rats. This was an apartment. I didn't have a rat problem. But that's also because there was like a neighborhood cat that like lived around the area and would like sometimes sleep in my bed with me and my dog. He just used to like show up and my dog didn't have a problem with him. We're likely going to do that. 3rd floor has 3 bedrooms, a shower. Jesus Christ, dude, you got to have like 7 kids with a house that big. God damn. But this was the life, right? 2 sleeping spots, one for when it's warm, one for when it's warm, one for when it's cold. A plastic desk, laptop on the desk, right? Any of my engineering shit just sat here. Chair, disposal system that went out this door. Open door here, small kitchen, small bathroom. It was great. It worked out perfectly. So I don't know what you're all like grossed out about. Okay, maybe the itching was something. Maybe something like bit me in the night or something, but I don't think it was mites. Generally speaking, every now and then, like maybe every month or so, I would pull the cover off of the mattress, like once every 3 weeks or something, and like vacuum the mattress and like flip it over because I had to, because the middle would sink inwards otherwise. But other than that, like, I don't think the itching was caused by that. I don't know what the itching was. But I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. Now I have to live like a human being. It's disgusting. Now I have to live with, like, fucking, we need a mirror in the bedroom. A mirror for who, eh? For what? I must now go buy a reflection. I'm still super curious. Could you tell us how your wife dealt with the piss dribbles in the bathroom? What do you mean the piss dribbles? Did she domesticate you? No, I still piss standing up, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a simple system. It's a simple system. Right? I don't know if I should reveal this. This is like a secret. Okay, this is like knowledge of the old gods, okay? So keep this one to yourself. Don't let anyone know. So, toilet, right? Functional, clean, beautiful, works good. Right? Take a piss into toilet, things go well. Sit down, take a dump into toilet, things go well. Now I'm in a relationship. All of a sudden, yeah, we need a fucking toilet seat. Yeah, we need to get the toilet seat. You can't just fucking take a shit on the bowl of the ceramic. It's such a bad idea. You can't just, no. That's horrible. How could you? And I was like, okay, fine, fuck. Jesus, I will go get a fucking toilet seat and drill it down onto the toilet. And I was like, okay, fine. Now, every time I go and take a piss, I gotta lift this thing up. Now, I don't know about you, but when I'm done taking a piss, I'm not touching the toilet seat. If my ass has been on a toilet seat, I must now have ass hands for the day? No, that's ridiculous. Toilet seat's up, the toilet seat's staying up. So, I would leave the toilet seat up. Now it's, what the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, just put the fucking toilet seat down when you're done. So every time I came into the bathroom, every time I needed a piss, the toilet seat's fucking down. Now how's that fair? Every time I have to lift it up and now put it down as well. If I walk in there and the toilet seat's down and I need a piss, I went out of my way to show some common courtesy to lift the fucking toilet seat up. Now I must put it down as well? Absolutely fucking not. So she wanted the toilet seat down? That's fine. Toilet seat stays down. So I left the toilet seat down. Nice and simple solution. I just left it down. And I just pissed all over it. I just pissed all over that fucking thing. I was like fucking playing, fucking aiming a shotgun through the eye of a needle kind of stuff. All of a sudden, it wasn't such a big deal when I left the toilet seat up. Because if I have to lift it up, she can put it down. That's equality. That's a 50-50 scenario. I'm not doing this 110 scenario. I'm putting it up. She's putting it down. That's simple. That or I'm just pissing all over the fucking toilet seat. I did this generally speaking when I was younger, right? Now, I wouldn't be able to get away with that if I started that behavior today. But the important part is I started that behavior just when we moved in together and we were living together. So that's how I got away with it. And she was like, how can you piss all over the toilet seat? I said, well, you want the toilet seat down. What do you want? Do you want the toilet seat down with piss on it? Or do you want the toilet seat up and no piss? Pick one. I'm giving you options. This is multiple choice. Fucking winner. Winner. Piss dinner. It's not fair. No, it's not fair that I have to do all that shit. You fucking donkey. What are you talking about? That's fair. That's a 50-50. Okay? That's compromise. What fucking tornado toilet do you have? What do you mean? It's just a normal ass toilet. Okay. Okay, maybe that's not true. Maybe saying it's a normal ass toilet wasn't true. Okay, so one of the things I discovered with my toilet at the time was if you're looking at it from like a top-down angle, right? No, the yellow's not the right color for this. You're looking at it from a top-down angle, right? When it was just a ceramic bowl, when it was just a ceramic ring, you would sit on it and take a shit and nothing bad would happen. But all of a sudden I had to put the stupid fucking toilet seat on this thing. And this increased the surface area. And what I discovered was that the increased surface area created a moment about the center point of gravity that was about here on the toilet. And something I never had to consider before this moment of having a toilet seat was that this thing was lodged into the floor, but they didn't really put like any cement or anything here. So when there was nothing but the ceramic, there was not a strong enough moment arm to cause a rotation of this. But now all of a sudden the fucking toilet seat sits out here and you lean to one side and then the toilet fucking dislodges. And you get like a bunch of leaking and shit. And then you gotta like jam it back the other way like you're a fucking fighter pilot in a plane. That was bullshit. Everything was working fine. And then it got messed up. I don't even know how we got here. We're gonna carry on with Guild Wars 2. I don't know why I'm telling you about my fucking old ass toilet in my apartment. I don't know how we got here. But, oh yes, that's right, housing. That's how little of a shit I give about housing. Just use piss bottle and you won't have to deal with the toilet seat. Yeah, but then there's the chance that when you're pissing into the bottle, you're gonna miss and like piss on your hands and shit, and I wasn't gonna take that risk. What else we got here? Of course. Of course. Of course. The best. One of the best classes. Of course they needed a good spec. Of course they needed something this fucking good. How would you miss? You just put your dick in the bottle and hope you don't get an erection. I don't know what bottle you're putting your dick in. But if you stuff your dick in the hole of a fucking plastic bottle, you've now sealed off the pee hole with pressure. And you're not pissing shit. You're just stuck there with backlog pressure. I don't know what kind of piss jugs you got, but I'm not fucking putting my dick in a fucking, you know, thin as fuck Valpre bottle that I was using to drink water out of earlier. It's easier to take that plastic bottle and just toss it over my right shoulder. Those things had like tiny little fucking... No, absolutely not. Okay. Meet the Scrapper. Top tier design happened in this expansion, I see. Today I'd like to speak to you about the new Engineer's Elite specialization within Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. This mechanical master brings damage and disruption to the profession through a variety of ingenious inventions and electrifying abilities. The Noble Engineer has always been a jack of all trades. That's right, they're the best at everything. However, this profession has tended to avoid the brawl. And then they fixed that. Poor guy with a dick so small it can even fit in a bottle. There was kind of a self-report, wasn't it? I have a piss bottle story. I went fishing in a kayak. If you were on a lake, you should have just pissed in the lake. Drinking my second big red bull. All of a sudden, I need to piss, but I'm too far from land. Well, just piss in the lake, dude. It's fine, just piss in the lake. You're literally surrounded by water. It's going to dissipate. I can't lean because I'll tip, so I'll piss in a car. I think is the empty, but it's half. No, I'm not pissing in bottles. No. One spillage, one broken cap on a plastic bottle. I don't think you understand. I wasn't exactly living the life in that apartment when it came to like food and shit. I was eating whatever garbage was thrown my way. Like whatever I could afford at the time. And unfortunately, that tended to be these really greasy, unhealthy pies that were like 5 to 10 rand. Right? They were unhealthy, they were packed with carbs, they fucked up my weight. They didn't have the required vitamins in them and minerals for a healthy, balanced diet. But they did keep me going through all-nighters when I was doing engineering projects. When I was a child, someone told me that the water of the oceans was salt because whales pee on them. I've got something even more horrific you can tell a kid. You should be careful when you drink water because fish fuck in it. You want to drink someone's fuck water? Huh, kid? That's pretty gay. Wait, no, you can't use gay as a slur these days. They'll be like, what's wrong with being gay? What do you got to say? Damn. I don't even know what you'd say to them. They'd probably enjoy drinking the fuck water, come to think about it. Damn, that's straight. Yeah, there you go. Stop being so straight and drinking fish cum. What's wrong with you? It's beautiful. Okay. Okay, so now we've got the brawl with the engineer. That's where this came in. Scrappers are in their element in the thick of the fighting, surviving by anticipation and sheer fortitude. That survivability comes from several places, including traits, new tool belt skills, utilities, and their new weapon. It's hammer time. We got the rocket charge, we got the shock shield, and we got the thunderclap. All beautiful abilities. This is the part I'm getting into next. I've tried this out in PvP. Beyond that, I haven't got to play around with this that much. Advancing Tyrian technology has freed our time to do other things. The Scrapper extends this principle to the battlefield, the new class. This is literally become an American living in Palestine. You just drone the shit out of everything. That's what this class is, and that's why I respect it so much. Every single one of them, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a missile silo, every single one of them will feel the power of the drone. Every last one of them. Sounds like Ukraine these days. Yeah, pretty much. New class mechanic changes the way you approach or do not approach allies and enemies during critical times. Becoming a scrapper changes your interaction prompt, usually done with the F key. To summon a multi-purpose function gyro to rally a targeted downed ally, a targeted down foe at range. Okay, this allows you to keep the battle going and lock down a foe, and your gyro sets your ally back into the fight. I've done this before in PvP. It's not as impactful as it feels. It doesn't feel as impactful as it looks. Meet the miniature mechs. Purge gyro. Deploy a purge gyro. Okay, I've tried all of these out, so I don't need to read these. I need to play this with the gyros. I'm gonna get there. What I probably need to read is some of this, though. Impacts of during the outgoing stuns is increasing the duration of stuns. Using a leap or blast finisher in a lightning field applies super speed around you. I didn't know that. Recovery matrix, using a healing skill temporarily reduces damage you receive. Oh wait, these are the mastery skills, right? These are in the game. I don't need to read these now. I need to read these when I get these. Okay, unimportant. Like a toilet seat, it's completely unimportant. You don't need one. And then this is where we'll finish off for today, because I do need to head to the gym. This is the Heart of Thorns launch trailer. This tells me just about everything I need to know about Heart of Thorns, what changed, what it came to. It all leads up to this moment. It's all led us here to the point in time where we get to learn what were they intending for Guild Wars 2. Damn, I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, thank you for doing that, Super Split. That was actually really useful.
I am this world.
Dad? Oh shit, he's got the belt with the spikes on it. No, not the buckle side, Dad. Oh shit.
It is time to come. All will serve the jungle dragon. We serve no one.
He looks so fucking cool. He looks so fucking cool. Okay, that's 2 songs that are queued up right now. Okay, I haven't forgotten about the other song. Both songs are queued up. I will approve both of them. So one of them is about Garrosh. And this one's going to be rejected probably because it's from Jimmy. Oh no, for some reason it accepted that. No, apparently that's perfectly fine. And it named your song The Chosen One. That's cool. That was cool as fuck. Please tell me that, like, back and forth zapping thing he did there was an ability in the game. It is. It's almost like they know what they're doing. It's almost like they know how to tie gameplay into story. I'm not used to this as an MMO player. I'm sorry. This is so strange to me. Okay, so now he's just being a badass. Okay, I understand. I understand. Cool guys don't look at dragons falling off cliffs. I get it. I don't know who raped Ritlock in that hole when he disappeared, but damn, he came out the other side real mad at the world. Balthazar. So like Balthazar was getting some cat asshole. Balthazar was sitting there dropping his pants like, if Braham's not gonna get some pussy, I certainly am. Jesus. Okay. Something tells me that Ritlock's gonna be a main character focus in this next expansion. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I would think that. But this expansion seems specifically focused on Ritlock. It's just an inkling of an idea. I don't know how real that is. So let's listen to the sea shanty, and then we'll listen to Jimmy's song about gooning.
Of Garrosh, hell scream the orc without fail. A hero
this is a Garrosh did nothing wrong, right?
Made of stone. He did nothing wrong.
Of course.
He just claimed what he'd owned. Oh, Garrosh the mighty, his axe swung so free. He conquered the land and he ruled.
Ritlock is Revenant? Hold on. Ritlock and Karnak hard carry the Path of Fire story.
He did nothing wrong.
They haven't gotten there yet. This is beautiful. The song is true though, by the way. Garrosh didn't do anything wrong. He was like the last masculine figure that WoW had before they decided that they needed everyone to be gay. Impressive. Okay, one last search.
He conquered the land and he ruled the sea with a smirk on his face and a gleam in his eye. He did nothing wrong. Let the doubters deny. They whisper
is there anything else of value here?
Destruction and pain. But Garrosh just laughed as they cursed his name. He tore down their cities, he burned all their fields. A misunderstood leader to no one yields.
Is this the Suno model or something else? Yeah, this is Suno. I've hooked Suno up to the stream so that, well, unfortunately it's kind of unhooked itself, so I still need to approve songs. But you can redeem points for Suno to generate songs. I just need to click a button that keeps on saying approve. And sometimes it'll just say, fuck you, I'm not generating this piece of shit. Okay, so a bunch of classes got extra specs here. I see the Chronomancer. I see the Reaper. I see the Dragon Hunter. Now, I've thought about trying out the Dragon Hunter. Raid trailer. I don't know which one you're talking about. You're gonna have to be more specific than that right now, Syro. Then we've got the Gooning song by Jimmy. I'm not seeing anything that's like of significant value here. I don't want to look at these because I want to focus on the engineer. Lower raids in Guild Wars 2. Raids in Guild Wars 2. Okay. That looks important.
Through the shadows where the mighty fall. The Goon King laughs with the thunderous roar.
That's music, audio. You can see I've been pulling like audio from YouTube and shit. I've been like building up a backlog of all the Guild Wars 2 songs. These are the Preach videos that I still haven't watched. Okay. I've got a question for all of you. Would it be worthwhile for me to watch Preach's video on Heart of Thorns? Or should I play Heart of Thorns and then only watch it afterwards? Will his perspective fuck up what I think? Play first. Wait until after. Because I refuse to watch his base game playthrough and I still haven't. Go in blind and then watch. Okay, so I think you're probably right. I'd have more that I can talk about if I've played Heart of Thorns. And then if he says something I think is fucking crazy, I can do that. But I just need to remember that Preachers made these videos, so I'll need to save that video somewhere. Is there anything else of value that would be worth watching about Heart of Thorns? His perspective will mess up your perspective. Well, I'm glad you told me. Because, like, okay, so it's kind of like I'm stuck in this weird middle ground where people accuse me of copying Preacher's base game video, especially because of my complaints about Zaitan. But the issue is, I never watched his video, but I can understand how he came to the same conclusions as me. If I watch his video before I make a video, I can at least then make sure that no one's going to accuse me of copying his video. The Pocket Raptor song. I think me learning anything about the Pocket Raptors is going to make a lot more sense once I played the game a little bit. If that makes sense. Look at the Guild Wars 2 Commando class. Everyone came to the same conclusion with Zaitan. Yeah, it's kind of like a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of thing. Everyone's going to get there. Guild Wars 2 Commando class. Oh, very nice. IGN? What the fuck? I'll keep Mitch Mannix in mind as well. What the fuck is this? What is this Gmod shit? Where's this coming from? IGN of all people. Why do I feel like this is a stolen video that IGN just slapped their watermark on? Is this an IGN original? No, this is ANET. Okay, so this is ArenaNet. Okay, this is not yet as cringe as the Bang Bus, which is giving me hope.
3 tangos inside. Baron flashbang. Flashbang in. Get down, get down. Targets neutralized. Team Arena's Oscar Mike.
I mean, I think it's pretty brave of them to just, you know, put up footage of the US Marines raiding Osama bin Laden's home like this, like just out in the open. But I suppose it's been long enough now that we can all see the footage and, you know, it's not that big of a deal.
Alright. Let's see what we got here.
Okay. This is literally just the engineer with a rifle, though. It's a stolen video. Commando is the April Fool's class from before the base game release. With the 4th expansion, it's canonically part of the universe. Aha. This is just the engineer, though. This is a rifle engineer.
Alright.
Oh, god damn. Yes, dial that scope in.
Back a little bit.
Yeah. There we go. No, go back. Go back. Okay, that was a cringe sound effect.
Alright.
Get your night vision.
Man. The internet was such a different place 14 years ago, wasn't it? I feel like I feel like I'm witnessing a historical piece that like makes no sense today. But I'm sure back in the day, kids were giggling like little girls about this video. It's like, you know, like, I don't know if you, like, people know what Kilroy was here is. But like in World War II, like, to meme on certain things, on the Russians and shit, they would just like spray paint Kilroy was here. And so they like thought it was this big spy network, and it was just people being dickheads. But looking at it now, if you've got no context, you have like, you don't know what the fuck's going on. The old internet was really a wild, wild west, huh? We had things from Filthy Frank to Fred. We had Justin Bieber pre-Diddy rape on YouTube. We had pre-Bridge Incident PewDiePie. We were all over the place. Gmod, all over the place as well. Team Fortress 2 everywhere. It was a beautiful, wild, disgusting time. There's a content creator, I forgot his name, who on the old internet was such a big deal, and everyone loved him so much. And then he got old, and I think it was like 2019 when I saw someone was doing like a catch-up video of him, of like, where's he now? And he was like a 50-year-old guy walking around with his phone out, and all his hair had turned gray, and he was like filming himself, and for money he was literally picking up pieces of dog shit in the park and eating it. Some of you might know who I'm talking about. But he went from this massively popular, entertaining person. I think it's Shoe Nice. I think it is Shoe Nice. He went from this like gigantic rise to a complete collapse. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, it was Shoe Nice. Yeah, it was Shoe Nice. Yeah. And there's a video of this man eating dog shit in a park. Like actual dog shit. I never understood Fred. I never understood Onision. Although my ex-girlfriend fucking loved him, and that should have been the biggest red flag ever. Man, what a wild time it was, huh? Now I'm here reminiscing. So what this video reminds me of is a different time.
I'll keep my eyes on you.
Get down, get down. We've got incoming.
That's a big chicken.
Just, I'm trying to keep this in context. Just remember that the dialogue you find cringe today was peak humor on YouTube in yesteryear. We were more retarded, but we had more ways to express ourselves. That's a big chicken. There was also Lamau Rar XD random humor. And you know what's really funny? Is looking back, I look at all this for real, on God, no cap. And I think maybe the Zoomy Zooms weren't worse. They were just a different flavor of cringe. And one day they're gonna grow up to hate the fucking idea of what they were in the past. I'm a Banana was the most popular teen song back then. Yes, I know. And I hated it. I hated it so much. I never met anyone in school who liked Fred. I never met anyone at all who liked Fred. Not once. I refuse to believe that Fred wasn't some industry Hollywood plant. Like he was the protozoa of them attempting to see what they could do with this platform. And somehow that motherfucker got a movie. I think he was a plant. I think that was Hollywood's attempt to like move out. That's a big raffle car. Oh my God. I was friends with a guy who kept on getting laid. And he would steal his sister's jeans and wear them because being an emo meant that he had to wear the tightest fucking pants on planet Earth. And somehow it worked. We all called him gay. But we were all virgins and he wasn't. And he pointed that out to us. And he was like, so who's the real loser here, huh? The guy who's taking the tight pants off and getting pussy, or the guy who never got into the tight pants in the first place? He fucking styled on us for that. But man, it was fucking weird. It was such a strange time.
Arena 1 to command, requesting air support.
Command to Arena 1, unleashing the hounds.
What a piece of history. Man, what a piece of history. I've seen that scene before. That happens all the time in my country.
You swim like a quagga.
You want to race and find out?
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. So that's. This is modern day the UK. This is just the UK when they hit the beaches.
Worst date ever.
The tits are so impressive for a 14-year-old game.
Oh, heck, that don't look right. Let me fix this here.
Oh, it's so... Oh, it hurts.
Here they come.
Oh, it hurts.
Confirm we have your target.
Hit the woman. Hit the woman. Please hit the... No. Too straightforward. Too straightforward. Damn. Man, I feel like the early days of Guild Wars 2 was a lot of experimentation and a lot of failure. First the bang bus, now this. I feel like those beginning stages of Guild Wars 2 were like really them pushing the envelope, trying, like just throwing shit at the wall and trying to find something that sticks. Okay, we'll end off here on raids in Guild Wars 2. This one was an April Fool's joke. Okay, so this is gonna be like the underwater combat thing, basically. I haven't seen the other one, Super Sploof. I'll save it for another time. This doesn't look that fake to me. This looks pretty straightforward and real. This just looks like a raid. How is this not real? The Commander one. Oh, okay, so you were talking about the previous one. Yeah, this looks too, like, polished and good. That looks awesome. Man, the character models in Guild Wars 2 are always so fucking unique. It's always impressive to me to see how much work they actually put into, like, the character design and all the little details and stuff. Right, like that's a fucking awesome design. That's so freakish and nightmarish, but still fits the theme of what's going on around it. Plato's man. The plucked chicken. This is only the first 3 fights of the first wing, 4 fights. Well, yeah, okay, so I don't care about that. I'll figure that out along the way, but man, is that good. Oh, wait, bitch. We got a bitch in the oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Guild Wars 2 really needs jiggle physics. They need a titty and an ass slider, and they need jiggle physics. That's all I'm saying. Okay. My perfect game is Guild Wars 2 with the Black Desert Online character creator. That's what we need. That would be flawless. That's beautiful work. Now, as fun as this is, I actually have a alternative reason for going to the gym this morning. I have to fuck off now and get in the gym. Not just because I'm fat, but because I haven't had fucking water for 5 days and haven't showered for 5 days. And I've been working out every single day, so I'm covered in my own grease. So I'm gonna go to the gym, and I'm gonna shower. I'm gonna have to use a public shower, and I will shit, piss, and come down that shower drain because it's what I call not my problem. So, we are now prepped. I consider myself prepped for Heart of Thorns. I consider myself in a good enough position that I can say I'm ready for Heart of Thorns. I think it's gonna be a little while before I hit that stream and before I start Heart of Thorns. Primarily because I'm looking forward to Chrono Odyssey currently, and I need to make a fuck ton of notes about both Living World Season 1 and 2 before I forget. Because I've made like 6 pages of notes and it's not enough. I need more. When I'm fully prepped for Heart of Thorns, I might make it part of the workout streams. I might just do that, just because I'm enjoying Guild Wars 2, and it's like the worst part about Guild Wars 2 is I feel like I'm running out of things that I'm ever going to experience again for the first time. I know there's a ton of expansions, I know there's more to come, but man, fuck, it's like approaching the end of a first book. Don't drop the soap in the gym shower. No, it's a gym, not a fucking prison. Gee, I don't know where you go to gym, but you might need to go somewhere else if there's a fucking chance you get raped. I live in Africa and we don't rape each other in the shower. God damn. You do it in the public park like a normal person. Holy shit. Now, I'm gonna go pass out after my gym session. And I'll wake up and then I'm gonna train kids to beat each other up because it's a Friday. So, oh yes, last thing before we go. So I'm figuring things out when it comes to my schedule. I'm figuring out how and when I can stream, right? So, warning to everyone. So, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The days I am going to have the most difficulty streaming on is Friday and Saturday. So there probably won't be a stream tomorrow. I wake up in the morning, I go to gym, I go to sleep, I go back to gym because I got to train other people. I then work through the night. I then go back to the same gym in the morning to train other people at 9 in the morning, and then I go to sleep again. This puts me in a sleep coma and usually fucks me up until I wake up on a Sunday morning. I'm not even planning, Cyro. I'm just going with what works naturally. So, the days I'm most likely to stream, I can't promise anything because I live in a third world shithole and every now and then they steal the fucking cables out the ground, is Monday, Tuesday, Guild Wars Wednesday, Guild Wednesday 2, Thursday, and Sunday. That's what I figured out so far. I'm going to leave you on that note. Fuck off. Go live your life. I don't know what you're still doing here. You should have left a long time ago. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? Your parents don't love you, and you just got to remember that every single time... That's better. Hold on. Excuse me. That's better. I want you to know... I haven't showered for 5 days. And every single time I take my pants off, I nearly pass